Hello, everyone, and welcome to Uncivil Law, where we learn through the misfortunes of others. As always, I hope you'll enjoy this legal education content, and today will be the day I earn your subscription. For today, we're going to be starting our review, our coverage of the new Supreme Court nominee, Judge Jackson. So we're going to try to cover this gavel to gavel, and we're going to try to cover all the things so we can learn a little bit more about this judicial nominee. She was recently appointed. She was appointed last year to the Court of Appeals for the D.C. Circuit. Before that, she served 8 years as a federal judge. She served as a criminal defense attorney, I believe public defender in the federal system. And she's a graduate of, I believe, Yale, if memory serves correctly. So she's credentialed by the standards by which things are mentioned. I don't know a lot about her or her judicial philosophy. I don't know the extent to which we'll be able to glean anything of value from it because by tradition, incidentally, that was pretty much started by Ruth Bader Ginsburg as kind of the person who started this tradition. Supreme Court nominees are extremely cagey, but we will try to glean whatever we can of value out of this. So we'll just go ahead and get started with this. And yeah, let's go ahead and get started. The thing started about 10 minutes ago. We'll listen in real time. And obviously at the first break, we'll skip the break and that will bring us back up to live. So we're about 10 minutes behind right now, but no big deal, right? We can deal with that. So let's listen and see what we have to say, as it were.
16th Justice of the Supreme Court. Welcome, Judge Jackson, and to you and your family.
Thank you, Senator.
This is a moment, and you have much to be proud of. I know you have members and friends who want to, and we all look forward to hearing those introductions when you make your own later. At the outset, I want to note that I was sorry Justice Clarence Thomas was hospitalized yesterday. I speak for all the members of the committee in wishing him a speedy recovery. Before I turn to my own opening statement, I want to briefly discuss the order of events and the ground rules for the hearing. The committee has 10 minutes to make an opening statement. We'll go and see. Switching.
Why is the audio doing
Democratic
this?
and Republican senators have made their opening statements. We'll hear from Judge Thomas Griffith, Professor Lisa Fairfax, who are here today to introduce Judge. Each introducer will have 5 minutes to make an opening statement.
Why is the audio doing this?
We'll administer the oath, Judge Jackson, and she will make. That will conclude today's events. Tomorrow we'll begin.
All right, I'm going to refresh the thing and see if this hiccuping of the audio stops. So give me a second here to redo the audio and find my place. And I have to go back because we were trying to do, so we'll go back to about here. Should be close enough. Let's see if this fixes the audio.
Friends who want to, and we all look forward to hearing those introductions when you make your own later.
It's doing it on C-SPAN too?
At the outset, I want to note that I was sorry.
Great.
Clarence Thomas was hospitalized yesterday. I speak for all the members of the committee in wishing him a speedy recovery.
So it's not me. It's the
Before I turn to my own
source.
opening statement, I want to briefly discuss
That's great news.
the order of events and the ground rules for the hearing.
Just
The
great
committee
news.
has 10 minutes
Check
to make
1,
an
2.
opening statement. We'll go and see switching between Democratic and Republican senators. Have made their opening statements. We'll hear from Judge Thomas Griffith, Professor Lisa Fairfax, who are here today to introduce Judge. Each introducer will have 5 minutes to make an opening statement. Finally, we'll administer the oath, Judge Jackson, and she will make. That will conclude today's events. Tomorrow we'll begin.
This isn't going to be annoying in any way.
In the audience, welcome. You could be here to witness this historic occasion. I ask to be respectful and quiet during the hearing. Stand up unless you're entering or exiting the room. And if you be asked by one of our distinguished members,
I'm going to literally go insane by the time we're done with this.
If you refuse, you'll be escorted. Let me be clear. We will not tolerate any audience. Any disruption will result in immediate. I also ask that our audience be respectful of the members of the Capitol who are here today to ensure everyone's safety. With that, opening statements. Judge Jackson, as I said, again for being here today with your family and the Supreme Court has a long and storied history.
What is all this stuff?
Been
Oh
filled
boy.
by many superb justices whose contributions The rule of law have stood the test of time. But the reality is that the court's members, in one respect, have never really reflected the nation they served. When the Supreme Court met for the very first time of 1790 in the Exchange Building in New York, there were nearly 700,000 slaves without citizenship in this new nation of nearly 4 million. Neither African Americans nor women had the right to vote. There was no equal justice for a majority of people living in America.
I don't know about majority, but
For more than 230 years, the Supreme Court has had 100 justices. 108 have been white men. Just 2 justices have been men of color. Only have served on the court, and just 1 a woman of color. Justice has been a black woman. You, Judge, can be the first. It's not easy being the first. Often you have to be the best, in some ways the bravest. You're not prepared to face that kind of heat, that kind of scrutiny, that air of the national spotlight. But your presence here today is to brave this process.
Jake says she looks like a cardboard cutout. They all do. They always do. Go look at all of them. They all look like cardboard cutouts. It's just part of the way that things look aesthetically.
So many young African American women there seeing your pursuit as part. In other important ways, though, there are many nominees who've come before us. President Biden, because he knew your qualifications are outstanding. He knows you. You've appeared 3 previous times and confirmed with bipartisan support. And your professional record of
3 prior
experience tell us
times.
what kind of lawyer,
Federal judge, Court of Appeals. What would be the third, or is this the third?
you're guiding
She said 3 prior
in your
times.
life and in your work.
What else was What else was she confirmed to?
Americans, not just the wealthy and powerful.
She served as a federal judge. She served as Court of Appeals. That's 2.
And that the judiciary must live up blazoned above the entrance. Equal justice under. So today is a proud day for America. We've come along 1790, and we know that we still have to form a more perfect union. It's a moment, something that the late Senator from Illinois, Paul Simon, said to Judge Ruth Bader Ginsburg at her hearing. He said, you face a harsher judge than this committee, and that is and that judgment is likely to revolve around the question, did she restrict freedom or did she expand it? This statement time and again because it asks a vital question. History judge us. Judge Jackson, I have no will remember you as a justice who never stopped working to defend. But I also ask the members of this committee, as this landmark confirmation process, to consider how each senator, as we face our constitutional to advise and consent. This moment also something President Barack Obama, another trailblazer, said, Illinoisan, when the late Justice John Paul Stevens. President Obama said, while we cannot replace experience or wisdom, I will seek.
The audio was popping. Yes, the audio is popping. It's in the source.
Mind, a record of excellence
it's in the source. We are bearing through it as we grit our teeth.
Understanding of the daily lives of America. Much like Justice Stevens, cannot replace Justice Breyer. But with you, we have a nominee who embodies the same qualities as outstanding justices. You're independent-minded and understand the critical importance of judicial independence. Your record and integrity, from the championship debate team at Palmetto Senior High School to Harvard and Harvard, to your 3 judicial clerkships, your work as a defender, a lawyer in private practice, a member of the commission, a federal district judge and circuit court judge. Throughout your career, you've been a champion for the rule of law, determined, even at the risk of public criticism. At the United States Sentencing Commission, a bipartisan group which reflects the spectrum of American thinking on law enforcement, you set out the truly represented congressional intent when it came to criminal sentencing fair. And you did it by finding.
As we listen to Senator Durbin, a note, we are hearing the same audio blip that you are. We are told the Senate is trying to fix that, and we hope they do shortly.
For example,
you and me both, PBS. You and me both.
A law that I negotiated with then Senator Jeff Sessions that reduced the infamous 100-to-1 crack powder sentencing disparity. And you joined every one of your colleagues to make that change to the sentencing guidelines retroactive. You gave a powerful speech, and I'm going to quote it. You said there is no excuse.
Well, the popping has stopped, and now we're talking from underneath the ocean.
Excessive sentences under the long disputed and now discredited prior guideline must carry on as though none of this has happened. The vote in favor of retroactivity was unanimous on the commission. Republicans and Democrats shared your view. And you've gone to great lengths to explain how the law affects real people. Indeed, with your nomination, we can be confident that the court, its role, and its decisions will be more understandable to the American public. In your time on the bench, you've taken the time to explain your decisions and their consequences. When you were before this committee just last year, for your D.C. Circuit hearing, you described how you, quote, take extra care to communicate with parties. You added, and I quote, I speak to them directly and not just to their lawyers. I use their names. I explain every stage of the proceeding because I want them to know what's going on. As a result of that approach, you've made the law more approachable to litigants and American people. The cameras and the lights here today can make it easy to forget that at its core, the responsibility you seek is one of service. And I'm fully confident you'll serve Americans from all walks of life, all backgrounds, fairly and faithfully. Now, there may be some who claim, without a shred of evidence, that you'll be a rubber stamp for this president. For these would-be critics, I have 4 words. Look at the record. Your complete record has been scoured by this committee on 4 different occasions. All of your nearly 600 written opinions, read and reread, 12,000 pages of transcripts, meeting minutes, and other materials for the Sentencing Commission, your sworn testimony before the committee less than a year ago, every published and reported word you've written or spoken, your detailed answers to lengthy questions. For those who say they need more, I would answer that you have sat down personally with every member on this dais.
Yeah, that's a lot of material. I mean, I'll give them that. That's a lot of material. 600 written opinions is a lot of opinions.
Your values and your guiding principles.
Yeah, I don't think you necessarily need any more than that.
Presidents and
If you don't like her, that's fine, but that's a lot of material to make a judgment based on.
Prosecutors and for defendants. You've ruled for workers and for their employers, and you've been faithful to the law, not to any person or political cause. Now, there may be others who allege that you're before us today as a product of the campaign of dark money groups. Once again, your record and the process that led to this nomination belie that claim. To suggest that you're here merely because an organization supports you ignores your qualifications and the broad range of support you bring to this. In selecting you as his nominee, President Biden undertook a transparent selection process. He sought the input of senators from both parties. Senator Grassley and I met in the Oval Room with the president. He invited us to proffer any nominees that we cared to do. At the end of the day, the president alone chose you. He's put his faith in you to deliver justice at the highest level of the court. I share that faith. In announcing your nomination, the president spoke to many reasons that you deserve to sit on the high court. He noted the perspective you'll bring as a former member of the Sentencing Commission, as the first justice since Thurgood Marshall with considerable criminal defense experience, and as the
that is a
only
unique aspect of her background,
only
is that she has criminal defense experience. That's very, it's a bit
He also
strange for a
noted
judge,
the
just
upbringing
period.
and the fact
Much
that
more
you come
common
from a
for
law enforcement family.
prosecutorial experience and defense
Despite that
experience.
shared family experience,
So yeah, that's the
despite
fact that she has
your
defense
record,
experience would
we've
be
heard
an
claims that
interesting
you're,
aspect
quote,
to the
soft on crime. These baseless
bench.
charges
And her
are
experience in the
unfair.
Sentencing Commission
Conservative National Review
is pretty
columnist
interesting
called
too,
claims
as far as
brought
that
by
goes.
One of my colleagues, quote, meritless to the point of demagoguery. They fly in the face of pledges my colleagues made that they would approach your nomination with civility and respect. And fact checkers, including the Washington Post, ABC News, and CNN, have exposed some of these charges as falsehoods. Critics have even stooped to accusing you of sharing the views of the clients you represented, even though they know that your work as an attorney was in service to the Bill of Rights and the Constitution's promise of effective assistance of counsel. Would law enforcement officials and organizations, including the International Association of Chiefs of Police, the National Organization of Black Law Enforcement
Chris asked, if the right-wingers storm the Supreme Court, will they get a $250 fine like the left-wingers who pressed us to Kavanaugh?
Of course not.
I'd respectfully submit that storming the Supreme Court would not be particularly effective.
Attempts to derail your confirmation. In closing, I want to share the words of one more Illinoisan, if you bear with me, a rather famous one named Abraham Lincoln. In August 1864, At the height of the Civil War, President Lincoln addressed the 166th Ohio Regiment. Lincoln said to the soldiers, and I quote, "I happened temporarily to occupy this big White House. I am living witness that one of your children may look to come here as my father's child has." Judge Jackson, we are all just temporary occupants of the Senate, the House, even with a lifetime appointment to the highest court in the land. You, Judge Jackson, are one of Mr. Lincoln's living witnesses.
Heard over 50% of her rulings were returned to this. True, there's no way that's possibly true. I don't think there's any judge in the system who has anything close to a 50% overturn record. That would be unbelievably. Yeah, if you told me it was double digits, I'd be massively surprised.
My colleague and friend, the ranking member, Senator Grassley.
Judge Jackson, congratulations. Welcome to you and your family. I thank you for taking time to visit with me in my office after the president nominated you. Since President Biden announced his nominee for the Supreme Court, I've been encouraging my colleagues to schedule meetings with you, Judge Jackson, and they have come off. In addition, I've continually emphasized the need for a thorough...
Storming the Supreme Court is a bad plan. Those front doors are solid brass, man.
About what everyone watching should expect from this hearing and what they shouldn't expect at the hearing. We will conduct a thorough, exhaustive examination of Judge Jackson's record and views. We won't try.
I mean, she has more documented experience than many justices nominated. 600 opinions is a lot of opinions.
We're off to a very good start. Unlike the start to the Kavanaugh hearings,
and 8 years as a federal judge is not nothing.
Have repeated choreographed interruptions of Chairman Durbin during his opening statements, like Democrats interrupted me for more than an hour during my opening statement on the Kavanaugh hearings. What we will do, however, is ask tough questions about Judge Jackson's judicial philosophy. In any Supreme Court nomination, the most important thing that I look for is the nominee's view of the law.
Compared to what? Compared to other Supreme Court nominees. 600 opinions is a lot of opinions compared to other Supreme Court nominees who were nominated.
Looking to see whether Judge Jackson is committed.
Her 8 years of judicial experience is a lot compared to other Supreme Court nominees.
We all know there's a difference of opinion.
That's the frame of reference.
About the role judges should play. Some of us believe the judges are supposed to.
Kavanaugh has over 400,000. No, he doesn't. 400,000 opinions?
Not make new law
no.
Or simply fill in vacuum. Those of us who share that view think that under our Constitution, Congress and not the federal courts are given the authority to make law and to set policy. Now, there are others who believe that the courts should make policy. They believe in a so-called living Constitution. They think that the Constitution's text and structure don't limit what a judge can do. To them,
is the audio not good on the levels? I set it up to duck when I talk, so that it will drop when I'm talking, but is the audio not good? It looks good on my end.
Judges can exercise their own independent value judgments. One of the leading advocates for this approach explained that as a judge, you, quote, reach the answer that essentially your values.
And yeah, she's a former Supreme. So she served as a clerk 3 times.
In other words,
which is pretty typical. She's served 8 years as a federal judge, federal public defender,
really meant to
Harvard, I believe.
Elephants in mouse holes. Then, with a
sentencing commission is a nice touch.
These judges can always find that elephant. That sounds like a good job description instead for legislators and not for judges. But for at least 4 years, Democrats systematically voted against many.
Oh yeah, the audio is a little muted. Yeah, I agree with you in that sense. Yeah, the audio is
professionally,
like muffled.
Diverse religiously.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. That is definitely not my fault, though.
Diverse ethnically. Was it racist or anti-women for them to do so? I don't believe that it was. Democrats did it because the nominee.
Basil asked what my thoughts are on the nominee. No particular thoughts. She's well qualified by the objective standards. I don't know enough about her judicial philosophy to have a strong opinion about her one way or another.
Constitutionalism.
But based on the objective criteria, she's
a lot of time
well qualified.
Legislation. We argue over the language. We negotiate over how broad or narrow certain provisions of laws should be. If we can't convince our colleagues to adopt all of our ideas, we have been known to compromise every once in a while. We depend on judges to interpret laws as we write them. If judges impose their own policy preferences from the bench and essentially revise the laws we pass, it makes it harder for us to write good laws. Sometimes we need to include a provision.
Ross asks, aside from obvious reasons, are there any rules that Supreme Court nominee has to be a judge or even a lawyer? No. There are no qualifications listed in the Constitution.
Or common good.
The president can nominate literally anyone. They don't even have to be a citizen of the United States, technically, because it's not a criteria in the Constitution.
The American people should
so,
be able
no, you don't have to be a lawyer, a judge.
And know what it means.
Breathing.
They shouldn't have to ask how a
breathing human being. That's about it.
Who disagrees with the law could reinterpret the words on that page. All of this leads to the conclusion as to why we must carefully examine federal judges' records, especially Supreme Court nominees. Judge Jackson has served
they could nominate me. I'm just saying.
Defender.
I mean, they could still withdraw this nomination and appoint me. I'm ready to go. They don't even have to change the committee. I just show up. I'll be there in D.C. I'll be fine. I drive overnight. It'll be great.
From 2013 to 2021, she served on the D.C. Circuit since June last year. I'm sure senators will have a few questions for Judge Jackson about the two opinions she's authored since joining the D.C. Circuit. As for her district court record, there have been some accusations that we cherry-pick some of Judge Jackson's criminal cases. Well, don't worry. We're going to talk about other cases as well. I was disappointed that we weren't able to get bipartisan agreement to ask for Judge
Riley says, how do you get nominated?
From her time,
you have to convince Biden
of the Sentencing Commission.
That's
the
it.
Commission is an independent agency created to advise and assist Congress and the executive branch in the development of effective and efficient crime policy. And that's a quote. Unfortunately, it sounds like we'll have to wait until those documents are required to be released, and that will be about 20 years from now.
Off topic, but do you ever grow out your facial hair?
Have argued.
No, not really these days. I've tried. I've done the beard thing kind of on stream, off stream before, but it just depends on my mood, really, at this point.
Is an important part of her experience.
Yeah, two opinions on the D.C. Circuit is a short record, but her 8 years as a district judge is plenty. Plus, it's more opinions than Kagan wrote.
To see what her views were as the head of the commission, explained in a letter to Senator Durbin, the public documents turned over to this.
They didn't get records from the Sentencing Commission. That's not what they said. They said they got transcripts
of the commission
in the intro, or at least that's what Durbin said, that they got transcripts from the Sentencing Commission.
The Obama White House sent us roughly 68,000 pages of material, but more than 38,000 of the 68,000 pages are repeated copies of emails, threads that keeping track of the tweets about the Garland nomination. Those emails contain just one tweet about Judge Jackson. More than 13,000 of the 68,000 pages are just lists of previous nominations. So that leaves only 16,000.
Kagan's been terrible. Kagan's not too bad.
That we received from the White House that aren't
not exactly my brand of justice, but
useless like all the other documents.
We could do worse.
But for comparison, the White House has still withheld 48,000 pages under the presidential records and FOIA exemptions. Now that's a lot of hiding. But the limited number of useful records that we received.
How do circuit
from
courts decide
the
who writes
Obama
the
White
decisions?
House
So
show
the first
exactly
thing
why
is you need the
sentencing
panel,
information
right? Because the
documents
entire
would have been
circuit
important.
court
There
depends
are
on
a
how many
number of
judges there are,
dark
but
money
usually you're
groups
double
on the
digits of
left
some variety.
that argue federal
So
judges
let's
should
say
make
there's
policy
15 judges
decisions
in
based
a court of
on
appeals.
judges'
I don't know
own
if that's right or
values.
not, but let's just pick a
I've
number.
talked about
Let's say
the
it's 15.
troubling role
All right.
of
So the first thing you need to do is you
far-left
pick a
groups
panel.
like demand
So
justice
it's just a random
have
draw,
played in this
unless someone is disqualified for some
administration's
reason, right? They just pick names out of a hat,
process.
literally,
When
to see who's going to be on any given panel. And then the most senior person in the panel, in the majority, determines who writes the majority opinion.
Ads campaigns attacking the independence of the judiciary.
So you're
They
basically at one of two at that
strongly
point,
supported
or one of three,
the
depending.
Progressive prosecutors.
But yeah, it's the most senior person usually who gets to pick who writes that opinion.
Crime waves in cities like San Francisco, Philadelphia,
Turn off the stream sound. The stream sound is fine.
Angeles. Now, what does that have to do with the nominee before us? The Obama White House records indicate that a co-founder of
What
the
exactly is
Demand
packing the
Justice
courts?
played an
Packing the
important
court
role in
is
Judge
a
Jackson's
shorthand
nomination
for
to the
increasing the number of seats
Sentencing
on the
Commission
court and then
in the district
filling them all at the same
The
time.
Demand Justice
So it would be the
co-founder
concept of
even
adding new
interviewed Judge
seats,
Jackson
and then
about the
whoever's
nomination to
in
the
power at the
Sentencing
moment
Commission.
filling those seats. That's
It would be
packing the court.
helpful to know what Demand Justice
Can't hear it when you turn it when you talk it all. Well,
learned from that process.
I put up the ducking
and
for a
why they
reason.
Strongly support Judge Jackson.
But let me see if I can
However,
make it a little less
hasn't all
aggressive.
been bad on the document front. I want to make clear. We'd asked for briefs that aren't available online for D.C. Circuit cases Judge Jackson worked on as an attorney. At first, we were told they might not be available for a few weeks, but to our pleasant surprise, we received them early, apparently because the White House had asked for the documents as well. Judging by timetable, we were originally given to get the briefs. That request was made after she was announced. Now those documents concern Judge Jackson's time as assistant federal public defender. Democrats have accused Republicans of vilifying nominees who have represented criminal defendants. That's just not the case, and I think that's a very unfair accusation. Previous Supreme Court nominees have also represented criminal defendants on appeals. Chief Justice Roberts was appointed by the Supreme Court to represent a defendant in an important criminal law case, and he also helped represent an inmate in a Florida death row. And Justice Barrett represented a criminal defendant appealing their conviction while she was in private practice. Now, I've distinguished between two types of nominees who have worked in criminal cases. There are Bill of Rights attorneys who want to protect defendants' constitutional rights. Then there are
Check 1 2. Check 1 2.
criminal defense lawyers.
I don't know if that's better or not, but we'll see.
Disagree with our criminal laws. They want to undermine laws that they have policy disagreements with, and of course, that's a very important difference. Just a year ago, no, maybe it's now 2 years ago, Democrats had no trouble opposing nominees based on arguments these nominees made on behalf of clients. I can read off quotes of Democrats doing that to Trump nominees, but we only have a few minutes for these opening statements, and I'd run out of time. On a final note, during Justice Barrett's confirmation hearing, Democrats said that she would, quote unquote, judicial torpedo, aiming at protections for pre-existing conditions. We heard that argument repeatedly. Conservatives and anyone who actually looked at her record and the laws said that that was strictly nonsense. But Democrats were sure otherwise. Well, when that case was finally decided, Democrats were proven wrong. I'm sure that won't deter any of my Democrat colleagues from making some confident predictions this time around as well. But the public record should remember their track record and perhaps take those claims with a grain of salt. They were wrong in their strong declarations how Justice Barrett would rule. Judge Jackson, congratulations on your nomination. I look forward to hearing from you about your record, your views on the law, and your judicial philosophy. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Grassley. Next is the President Pro Tem of the Senate and former Chairman of the committee, Patrick Leahy.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. And Judge Jackson, welcome. It's really good to see you again. You know, today and actually throughout this week, the committee and the country are going to hear from Judge Jackson. She's been nominated to be the next Associate Justice of the United States Supreme Court. Any nomination.
She was confirmed for D.C. Court of Appeals last year.
There have only been 115 justices in our nation's history. Judge Jackson's nomination, of course, is historic in more ways than one. Her nomination, pending a confirmation by the Senate, will bring us one step closer to having a Supreme Court that is more reflective of our nation. One with diversity of race and gender, background.
This is all the introductory stuff, right? These are just opening remarks.
All Americans.
So we got opening remarks from the chairman and from the
a reflection of the
minority.
Judge
And now we
Jackson,
got remarks from Grassley and presumably another of the minority.
new page.
And then she'll be sworn in, and then she'll give a long introductory statement.
Who the president nominates.
And at some point, we'll get to something resembling questions.
To confirm to our federal judiciary, and especially our nation's highest court, that's extremely important. The American people, our constituents, and
What happens if she isn't confirmed? The president would be able to appoint someone else. Of course, a failed nomination is a huge blow to a president in terms of political capital, but the president could nominate somebody else.
The Supreme Court affect the daily lives of each one of us.
But I think it's unlikely she won't be confirmed.
Access to health.
I think it's likely she'll even pick up a few Republican votes.
Our criminal justice system.
If I were a betting man, I don't think this is going to be party line if I were a betting man.
Environmental laws, protections for workers. These issues.
I'm sure she'll get every Democratic vote, and she'll probably pick up some Republican votes.
Every American must believe that the court is going to be impartial. They must believe that our courts are not a mere political arm.
You don't think there are questions today? I hope there are questions today.
But faithful only to the rule of law. The stakes in a democracy are simply too high. Let's make a few things clear.
Not interested to ask, is she pro-legalization of THC? I don't know. Also, it's an irrelevant question for a judge. Like, it doesn't matter what my personal opinions are in terms of what the policy should be.
Judges for jurisprudence, lawyers from the right.
If I were nominated, I wouldn't answer that question either. It's like my personal policy positions are irrelevant. Congress does policy. I do law.
In the Senate, I tried a lot of cases in trial court and then courts of appeal. That's what I wanted, somebody who was judicious and even-handed.
Can she serve in the Court of Appeals at the same time as SCOTUS? No, well, no. Because it's a new position. So she would obviously, so that would create an opening in the Court of Appeals for the D.C. Circuit, for which I am also available.
Organizations, including the National Fraternal Order of Police. And no, she's not soft on crime. Her background.
I think she's going to get 55 or 60 votes is what I think is going to happen. If not more. I think she's going to fly through.
I'm proud of being a former prosecutor. But confidence in my
How long are the introductions? I forget how long they are. It's going to take a moment, though.
When I knew the defendant had the best possible representation. When both sides and the
Texas Forever says court only does law, ha 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 ha. Well,
justice system.
Whatever courts may or may not do, generally speaking, I was answering the question for myself as hypothetical nominee, right? I think courts should do law. So that's what I try to do, and it's what I try to do on my channel, as people know. Not to say I always get it right. Sometimes I screw it up. But I always try to do is just do law.
Long distinguished record of Judge Jackson.
You know,
graduate.
I think courts should just do law. That's what I think they should do.
Judicial clerk at the district, circuit, and Supreme Court level.
So my personal opinion on whether marijuana should be legalized or not is completely legally irrelevant.
of the U.S. Sentencing Commission, an attorney in private practice, and a federal public defender. What a resume. All these experiences and perspectives have provided her a mastery of our justice system.
Oh, there was a super chat. I'm sorry, I didn't even see it.
System. If she is confirmed, she had become
$2 from In Fantasy I Die. Leahy looks like living death. Out with fossils. Thank you very much for your two things. The Honorable Tom gives $2. The Honorable Uncivil. I like it. Thank you very much.
My experience as a senator, but also my experience.
Yeah, is this too early to start begging for money?
Perhaps most of all,
I need to write the federal government a check for $4,000 for taxes. So please donate to the Uncivil Law Fund. Help an Uncivil Law pay his taxes.
She was
In
confirmed
the arms of angels.
2013 to the D.C. Circuit Court. She served with distinction for 8 years. She issued more than 500.
Rob asked, do you think her history being leniency will hurt her? I can't really speak to that. I can't speak to that. I haven't looked into those cases. I don't know whether or not she was lenient. I don't know whether or not that leniency was appropriate in those cases. I don't know.
She's a fair and impartial.
I don't know enough to offer an opinion.
To the law above all else. That's what Americans want to see in the Supreme Court justice.
Pristine says, if you just do law, then how do you evaluate a judge who's determined based on their ability to interpret law?
Become increasingly partisan.
That seems like a strange question to me.
Extreme interest of pressure.
If I just do law, how do I evaluate a judge for their ability to just do law?
American people wondering if they can get a fair shake in our court.
So I'm not sure I see the contradiction.
In this moment, we have before us a unique.
Why $4,000? Because YouTube doesn't do withholding.
I'm under no illusion.
Right. So there's no. So I owe them money. I owe them money for super chats and such.
Brought us together across party lines before, and one I hope we can bring us back together again. The Senate can change course, return to how we fairly and objectively evaluate nominees. We can do that with a highly qualified nominee we have in Judge Jackson. Now, as Chair Durbin said, I'm the President pro tempore of the Senate. I'm a former chairman of this committee. I've participated in 20 prior Supreme Court nomination processes, most leading to confirmation, a small handful not. In fact, the first justice I voted on was from
John says they're trying to ask about interpretive philosophy.
John Paul Stevens. I've supported
So the question is, how do you evaluate a judge? Because they just do law, and so there's multiple different interpretive philosophies. Okay, yeah, so fair enough. So
respect regardless of party.
I obviously, personally, I think some of those interpretive philosophies are superior to others, in my opinion. So there's philosophical things that I agree with that I think are better philosophically. So at least for me, it would be based on their agreement with those philosophies. Right? A judge who's more likely to match my philosophies is a better judge, in my view. $2 from Fadius Pedius. I'll give more, but the IRS got me for 18,000 shekels. Ouch. $10 from Registrogue. Big ups for Kurt. Thank you very much. That's very kind of you.
Part of the evolving story of America. So, Judge Jackson, I want to congratulate you on this nomination. Despite all the darkness in the world and the political brinksmanship has unfortunately become a hallmark of Congress in recent years.
Since YouTube takes 30%,
actually fills me
yeah,
with
so it's only money flowing to me.
hope for the court.
So yeah, I only get taxed on the 70% because it's not income to me.
One need look no further.
$20 from Monker002. So super chats like alcohol are the cause of and solution to problems.
Halfway around the world
In some ways, yes.
to know how precious our democracy is and how precious the legacy we have.
Guy says, do you feel like if a judge has an unusual amount of judges overturned by an appellate court in certain politically charged cases, that judge is not fit for Supreme Court?
No further than my
It
own
depends, obviously. Like, what is their reasoning?
to know
What is the
how
reasoning? Because course of appeal can also be wrong.
fairness and
So, I
equality,
mean,
the
it would depend, like,
impartiality of our
would
court.
depend why they're being overruled.
are a cornerstone of the great experiment that is the United States. And you, the American people, have a nominee in whom
Steve says,
we have before.
why didn't you make your required quarterly payments? No withholding is not an excuse. Quarterly prepayment is an IRS requirement.
Thank you, Senator.
Well, I'm not,
Next is another
it's not
former
my full-time job,
Senator from South Carolina.
and I'm not making enough money, at least in my view, to have to worry about it. So it's not illegal. It just means that I'll have to probably pay some penalties.
You have worked hard all
And depending on how much those penalties are, which I'm not sure exactly how much they are, but depending on the penalties, I might go and make prepayments in the future.
I think it's good for the
But I'll pay all the taxes I'll pay all the taxes owed,
on the idea of making the court
and we'll go from there.
and in the history of our country.
I haven't been running this long enough for me to really,
But I also said,
and there hasn't been enough money flowing through it yet for me to really worry about it until this point. So,
role in America. One is make it more look like the country, but also make it operate in the confines of the Constitution. That didn't get a lot of coverage. So the hearings are going to be challenging for you, informative for the public.
and Jared says, yeah, the penalties are pretty minimal if you pay in full at the end.
Meet that.
So, yeah, if it winds up not being that big a deal,
Be a circus.
then I'll just pay the penalties and call it a day.
Chairman Grassley couldn't get the first word out of his mouth before they shut down the place, so that's off to a good start. Most of us couldn't go back to our offices during Kavanaugh without getting spit on. Hope that doesn't happen to y'all. I don't think it will. As to the historic nature of your appointment, I understand. But when I get lectured about this from my Democratic colleagues,
Sell my hat.
Rogers Brown, the African-American woman, was filibustered by the same people praising you. I remember Miguel Estrada, one of the finest people I ever met. Completely wiped out. Didn't make it through the gang of 14, whatever gang I was in. I've been in so many I can't remember. He didn't make the cut. Well-lived life just completely ruined. So
$5 from Man Overboard Media.
Conservative.
The fact she accepted the nomination after Biden explicitly said his decision was based on gender and skin color indicates a lack of self-respect.
Of the pick.
I don't know. She's accomplished in her own right. It's a bit unfortunate Biden made that a criteria because it undercuts her in a lot of ways.
It's about
I mean, he could have just done it without saying it, but the fact he said it undercuts her because it makes her look like an affirmative action nominee, which is not fair.
It don't matter a bit to any of us.
$20 from Chris Dreyer. So YouTube is $10.99. Yes. You also write off all your equipment. Yes.
District court
You can really play the system. I wrote off everything. Don't tell the IRS I said that. Good luck, man. Quarterly payments help also. I tried to write off all the things.
President Biden.
I tried to write off all the things that apply. Like I wrote off my computer because I built a new computer. You guys watched, and the reason I bought it was for this. I needed the additional processing power.
A district court judge from South Carolina.
And so and I wrote off some
I think it came down
other
to
things, but I wasn't able to write off everything.
For sure, but that's what the press was reporting. And when it came to Judge Childs, this Arabella group.
Become a 501c3. You're providing an education.
This Arabella group is funded by Soros.
I'll look into it.
The liberal billionaire. They got so many groups within their group. I can't name them all now. But they basically said if you pick Childs, you may have a primary opponent. The FL-CIO said Judge Childs was a union buster. The attacks from the left against Judge Childs was really pretty vicious, to be honest with you. So you say...
$20 from Michael Palmer. Howdy, Kurt. I was just wondering, do you and Stephanie even live in the same state? Have you met in person? We do not live in the same state. We have met in person.
Or they wouldn't have spent the money they spent.
Ballsy said, why is it unfair to call her an affirmative action nominee if it's true? It's unfair to her because it undercuts her. Right? It undercuts her value to herself. Because people will perceive her as an affirmative action nominee, whereas if Biden hadn't said that, they wouldn't necessarily perceive it that way. So it's unfair to her because she has worked very hard in her life. Whether you agree with her or disagree with her, she's accomplished.
About her legal views.
You know, you don't have to agree with her, but she's accomplished by the things that such things are measured by. And so it's a bit unfair to her. I stand by that.
Not a problem with me. Everybody deserves a lawyer. You're doing the country a great service when you defend the most unpopular people. But I do want to know about your amicus briefs after you're no longer a defense counsel weighing into the Supreme Court about how they decide.
Charles points out, guarantee Kurt would accept the nomination no matter what the president said about it. Damn straight.
That the groups that
if Biden wants to nominate me, he can say everything he wants about me in the process. It's fine.
How did that happen?
I'm nominated. What do I care?
What is it about your nomination that the most liberal people under umbrella of Arabella threw in their money, their time, their support, and threatened Joe Biden if he picked Judge Childs? I want to know more about that. I want to know about your judicial philosophy, because people on the left, the far
it wasn't fair to her if she was the most qualified.
Believe that
she's up there. She's certainly up there.
I don't know why they reached that conclusion.
I mean, if you're going to pick a short list, she'd be on it from their point of view.
Give us, but we'll talk about that. Now, when we say this is not Kavanaugh, what do we mean? It means that Democratic senators are not going to have their windows busted by Billy. That's what it means.
Jones gives me $20 to say, I've already paid the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania $48,000 for tax so far. Oof, that's rough, man.
When the hearing is virtually over. None of us, I hope, have been sitting on information about you as a person for weeks or months. You come into our offices and we never share it with you to allow you to give your side of the story. We wait to the
James, thank you very much. It was a pain in the ass to get my channel back, and I'm glad I'm here.
And say, oh, by the way, I've got this letter. And so happened that every
write off part of your rent. Utilities, even clothes are part of what you need for your business. I might write off part of my rent because I do use, I do use this room principally for the purposes of my podcasting, so it would qualify. So I'll look into it.
And if any of us does that to you, all hell will break out. And it should. The media will be your biggest cheerleader. They're in your camp. They have every right to pick who they want to pick. There won't be this constant attack on you like Judge Kavanaugh and other conservative judicial appointments. There won't be any question.
Jackson supports the 1619 Project. What is your basis for saying that? Did she say that she supports the 1619 Project?
To raise your kids.
I mean, how do you know that?
How you believe in God. Nobody's going to do that to you.
50% of her rulings overturned due to lack of constitutionality. That seems very unlikely. That seems incredibly unlikely that 50% of her rulings are overturned.
Turned upside down.
I'd like to see some source for that.
So I'm hoping that we can have a hearing that's respectful, that's informative, that's challenging, and President Biden has every right to pick who he'd like to pick. That comes with winning the White House. And I've been very inclined to support
we're off the Ethereum. Nice.
People that I would not have chosen. But this is a new game for the Supreme Court. And this game is particularly disturbing to me because there's been a wholesale effort of the left to take down a nominee from my state. And I don't like it very much. And if that's the way the game's going to be played, then I'll have a response. And I don't expect it to be reward that way of playing the game. Judge Childs would have gotten 60-plus votes.
199 from not a banned account. Move states this year and both trying to tax me.
That would have voted for
I've done that before, too, having to pay taxes in multiple states.
A reliable liberal vote. Because
yeah, it's a pain in the ass.
Would have stepped up. Now we're facing a choice sponsored by the most radical elements of the Democratic Party when it comes to how to be a judge. They have the most radical view of what a judge should do, and you were their choice. And you'll be asked, do you support expanding the Supreme Court? I hope you can give us an answer.
Michael says I wasn't meaning anything negative by my comment. No problems, Michael.
Justice Ginsburg said no.
Do I have any predictions for the 3 cops in their federal sentencing for Minneapolis? Not in particular.
It would ruin the court in the eyes of the public and make it a joke over time. I agree with that. So I hope you can give us an answer to that question. Because I think the court would be better off if the judges stood up for the court. If the judges told politicians... She should be talking over time, pretty soon,
I think. I think she gets to speak next.
It's going to be a couple of interesting days, and we're off to a better start than we have been in the past. And the one thing I can promise you, you will not be vilified, you will not be attacked for your religious views, you will not be accused of something.
It's good. You shouldn't attack her for her religious views. That would be unconstitutional.
Thank you, Senator Graham. Senator Feinstein.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to begin by
Bonus
congratulating
points.
you, Judge Jackson.
Bonus
on
points
this
for
appointment.
the chat. This is a good one. What provision of the Constitution is the best authority
This is
for
actually
the proposition that the Senate cannot ask the nominee about her religious beliefs? What provision of the Constitution is the best support for the proposition the Senate cannot ask the nominee about her religious beliefs?
Qualifications and the experience and the knowledge needed to serve on the Supreme Court. And as a woman, it makes me very proud of that. As we begin these hearings, we as senators take seriously our constitutional duty to advise the President on his appointment of a new Supreme Court justice. In the current term alone,
Man Overboard Media says she reduced C-porn sentences over 10 years to 3 months.
that are foundational to who we are as a country. Let me just give you
Get some
three
first, some two-way,
considering
some
a woman's
first, 14th,
fundamental right to control
first,
her own
5th.
body and make her own health care decisions.
John gets it right.
Considering the legal
John gets it right. John's the
authority
winner.
of the Environmental Protection Agency.
Article 6,
to fight
Section 3 of the
climate
Constitution.
And it's considering whether
John wins the
states
prize.
have the power to enact common sense.
That is
gun
the best
safety
support
protections.
for the proposition.
As a former
Because
mayor,
it's the no religious
I saw
tests
how
clause
how these problems
for public officials.
affect people.
Article 6 is the best
everyday
support. Good
people
job.
On everyday streets throughout my city and then subsequently the state of California.
Article 6 is the right
This
answer.
is not your
Good
first
job.
time at this. In fact, it's your fourth time.
I thought it was Section
in front
2,
of
incidentally,
this
but
committee.
I'll take your word for it. It's Section 3.
The Senate has already confirmed you on a bipartisan basis 3 times to serve as vice chair of the U.S. Sentencing Commission in 2010, as a federal district court judge.
Oh, did they have to Senate confirm her for a position on the Sentencing Commission?
Appellate court judge
Okay.
in 2021. And you have done us proud. Each of the 3 times, the Senate has considered your record, your experience, and your ability. Senators on both sides of the aisle have determined that you have.
John says, so when do I get invited on to join you, man? You keep turning out answers like that, man.
To uphold the values
talk.
of our judicial branch. As I see it, those values are knowledge, even-handedness, impartiality, integrity, respect for the rule of law, and fundamental fairness to all. And your record actually shows that you exemplify these values. The Supreme Court is not a political institution. Rather, the court stands above politics and above partisanship. And we look to
Does
federal
every senator
judges
get to make an opening statement? Is that what we're doing? Every single member of the committee gets to make an opening statement?
Jackson, in reviewing your record, one
If I'm the
thing
nominee, do I really have to be here for this?
stands out to
That's
me,
what I want to know right about now. Can I go get a Danish or something?
to uphold justice under the law. This is one of the ultimate responsibilities of the Supreme Court. And your record
She spoke highly of the 1619 Project and its author during an MLK Day speech a few years ago.
Responsibility.
Okay,
You've
respect.
had several mentors.
Respect.
early in your
I was
career
unaware of that.
who I
Fair enough.
understand were important in instilling these values.
Anyone planning to join me? No, I wasn't really planning on it. I guess I could have made the invite open to people, but I didn't think about it.
Those mentors were Justice
probably should.
Stephen Breyer, who you served as a law clerk, and to whose seat on the Supreme Court you have now.
Maybe during a
been
break or
nominated.
something, I'll set up a StreamYard link for other people to join me.
To see that happen.
For the moment,
and
you're stuck
I
with
know
me.
For him as well. Justice Breyer has been a thoughtful and even-handed judge throughout his career. So you have learned from the best, and you have brought those lessons and that dedication to equal justice with you throughout your career in the law. You have strong credentials.
Kurt supports the 1619 Project?
You're a graduate of both
No, he
Harvard
doesn't.
University and Harvard Law School.
How'd you get that from anything I said? That I support the 1619? How'd you get that?
And you have served as a federal judge.
Where are you getting this from?
Most recently on the U.S. Court of Appeals for the District Circuit. These are impressive credentials, and they are also familiar to those of us who have reviewed numerous nominees to the court. But you also bring
I don't know what 1619 is. So the 1619 Project is this project which tries to argue that the true founding of the United States was in 1619, and that the country is and always is racism all the way down. It's a very, very
ever federal public defender to sit on the court, and the first justice since Thurgood Marshall with significant experience.
Greg says only those on this committee. Yeah, the Judicial Committee. So I guess every member of the Judicial Committee is going to give a statement or something.
This is very significant and important because as a former public defender, you understand.
David says Kurt's sarcasm is so good people don't get his jokes.
Rights, including
this is trouble. This is a problem. Yes.
And the Fifth Amendment, right to due process. You also understand the effect of law. And the law enforcement.
You said something like she spoke well the 1619 Project respect.
And I believe
okay. So that's just a misspeak on my part. I was saying respect to the person who made the comment about the 1619 Project, and I don't know if that was clear from the context or not. But because I didn't know about that, right? So someone said, "Oh, she made this speech," and so I said something like, "Oh, she spoke well of the 1619 Project," and then when I said respect, I didn't mean of the 1619 Project or of her. I meant of the person who brought it to my attention, which may or may not have been clear in overall context. But that's what I meant. So, sorry for any confusion on that one.
You understand the need for clarity in legal opinions, for achieving consensus wherever consensus is possible, and that has been your record. It's important to have justices with a broad set of views and experiences on the Supreme Court.
Ross says Kurt drinks so much because his humor is so dry.
And your experience will only serve to strengthen the Supreme Court. I trust that my colleagues on this committee will recognize that you are unquestionably qualified for this position. I wish you well.
Salt's
I look forward to learning more about
Heart
you over the course of
57.
days. Thank you.
He gives him $10 to say, let's discuss something far more important than the circus of this hearing. What's your favorite whiskey? Do you enjoy bourbon or rye?
Join my colleagues in extending a warm welcome to you and your family. Congratulations on your nomination.
I enjoy bourbon much more than rye.
I enjoyed sitting down with you recently.
I am not totally opposed to rye. It's something I've drank a little bit more of, but something I'm still kind of a novice to. But bourbon is my go-to. Probably my favorite bourbons are the Four Roses Small Batch. I really, really like.
As I told you the other day, these proceedings will be thorough but civil.
Wild Turkey 101, actually surprisingly good and cheap, so that's plus.
Provide advice and consent on 7 previous
Makers
Supreme
46.
Court nominations. This is number 8. I've seen the good, the bad, and the ugly when it comes to the way the Senate conducts these proceedings, and so has the American people. One of the best things I think comes from this process is I think this is a teachable moment.
Bullet bourbon if I'm at a bar.
The wisdom of the founders.
And also wouldn't mind drinking it just generally. Knob Creek. Knob Creek is one I quite enjoy. When you get the stuff, that's good.
So that these rights, whether they are
Ben says, I got 4 roses on my recommendation and loved it. I'm glad you did.
Right to practice one's faith would be preserved from generation to generation.
Thank you for not saying Jim Beam. Not a strong choice of mine. Gentleman Jack is a great choice. It is technically a bourbon.
Checks and balances,
it's also Tennessee whiskey, obviously. But Gentleman Jack is a good choice.
Preserving individual freedom and avoiding tyranny, and ensure that our government was.
I much prefer it to regular Jack Daniels by far.
From whom all political power derives. Article 3, as you know, vests the Supreme Court and inferior courts with the judicial power. But the framers were very clear. The courts are not vested with a
Buffalo Trace
policy-making authority. According to our Constitution, courts hear cases and controversies and decide
Christian
them.
brothers?
Nothing more, nothing less. That's an important distinction to remember in the days that lie ahead. Indeed, the framers envisioned that the courts would have a modest but very important role in our three branches of government. You'll recall Federalist 78, where Alexander Hamilton said the courts would have no influence over either the sword or the purse.
I am not a Scotch whiskey fan.
It may truly be said
personally
to have neither force nor will, but merely
$10 from David Payton. I always enjoyed your videos and streaming, Kurt. Keep up the good work. Thanks for covering this hearing. You are welcome, David.
You personally approve or not. And it starts with deciding cases as presented and not cherry picking.
I much prefer to Cavassier
or the law, and starting with the decision and then justifying it by the way, by cherry-picked facts and provisions of the law. While the framers provided that the president would nominate judges, the framers also set up a framework that allowed
Woodford's is fine. Blanton's, I think, is overrated. It's fine, but I think it's overrated.
And politics. And so these Supreme Court confirmation hearings are really the only chance we have as representatives of the people to vet somebody who will serve the remainder of their life. Unfortunately, there are some driven by their ideology that
Basil Hayden, not a fan particularly. Also overrated in my opinion.
Some of the same people who tried to bully Justice Breyer into an early retirement. These activists demand that the court make policy and deliver results they can't achieve through the deliberation, compromise, and rough and tumble of legislative politics. And when the court does not deliver the results they want, they attack its institutional integrity and legitimacy. In recent years, these radical views have made their way into the mainstream. On the campaign trail, President Biden refused to disavow court packing. 2 years ago, the Democratic leader of the Senate went to the Supreme Court steps and threatened two sitting Supreme Court justices by name.
Overrated. Angel's Envy isn't technically a bourbon, though, is it?
Dark money groups like Demand Justice have paid millions.
I don't think Angel's Envy is technically a bourbon.
Promote court packing and sow public distrust in the legitimacy of the Supreme Court. Justice Breyer, as you know, recently warned of the crippling effect this politicalization of the court and its decision-making can have.
For Irish, Redbreast is good. Redbreast is fantastic. Redbreast is one of the best whiskeys ever.
And a guarantee
I love Redbreast 12-year. It's great.
Threatening the foundations.
It's a great choice.
Constitutional system. Judge, I know
fantastic choice. If you haven't had Redbreast 12-year, do yourself a favor and buy it. It is really, really good.
That's why it's imperative that we explore your judicial philosophy during this hearing.
Angel's Envy has the best bottles.
I was a bit troubled when that you have not so far provided.
Angel's Envy is Kentucky bourbon. I'm not sure
on that matter. Someone as accomplished as you are,
I don't think it's technically bourbon.
Engaging and thinking about our Constitution and laws has surely formed a judicial philosophy.
You might want to double check that one. You might want to double check that one and see whether or not Angel's Envy is actually a bourbon or not.
I don't know, man. Clerk, appellate advocate, and trial court judge, I like the fact that you've had such broad experience in our judicial and legal system. But there are still unanswered questions that remain. I'm a bit troubled by some of the positions taken and arguments.
Whistle Pig doesn't make a bourbon, though, do they? They make a whiskey and they make a rye, but does Whistle Pig make a bourbon?
Against the United States and other dangerous criminals. As someone who
Maker's Mark, I prefer Maker's Mark 46 to regular Maker's.
I understand the importance of zealous advocacy, but it appears that sometimes this zealous advocacy has gone beyond.
So teetotaler here. Bourbon is whiskey, right? Yes.
It appears that your advocacy
all bourbon is whiskey, not all whiskey is bourbon. What makes a whiskey technically a bourbon? Let's see if I can do this off the top of my head. Okay, to be a bourbon, it has to be made in the United States. There is a bit of a common misconception it has to be made in Kentucky. That's a lie. Go read the federal code. I did. Okay, to be a bourbon, it has to be made in the United States. It has to be aged in new white oak barrels, which is a pain in the ass.
from
because every
implementing
time you have to use new oak every single time.
Interested, as others have,
To be called a straight bourbon, it has to be aged for at least 2 years.
abortion, dark money groups
It has
like
to be
Demand
bottled
Justice
at not less than 80 proof.
anti-religious liberty groups are pouring
And
millions of
then there's
dollars
another
into
requirement where it has to be like
in
distilled at
support
some
of your
proof, which I
nomination.
can't quite remember what it is.
Judge Jackson, these are some of the questions and
And I
concerns
believe those are the
I'm
only
sure you will
requirements
take-
for
you will have
bourbon.
every opportunity to address these concerns as the committee evaluates your ability to fairly and
Oh, and it has to be 51% corn.
should you be confirmed.
Yeah, it has to be majority corn
So I welcome
to be
your
bourbon. Right. That's the other one.
testimony at these hearings, and
It has
I
to be
look
at least
forward to
51% corn or 50.1% corn.
Thank you very
It has
much.
to be majority corn. That's
Senator
right. That's the other
Cornyn,
requirement.
White House, Rhode Island.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Welcome, Judge Jackson. I could not be more delighted to have you here.
Johnny Walker Blue Label is massively overrated, in my opinion.
For an accomplished,
Johnny Walker Green Label is where it's at.
highly qualified nominee to the Supreme Court. who
Distilled at
came
no more
to
than 160 proof. Yeah, it was something like that, right?
a dark money funded turnstile, but through a fair.
Do I drink rum? Sure. My favorite rum is Sailor Jerry.
Judge Jackson has unparalleled breadth of experience, both on and off the bench. She has already been confirmed by the Senate 3 times.
If you like Johnny Walker Blue, try Johnny Walker Green.
Highest court.
Tell me if it changes your world.
The D.C. Circuit handles some of the most difficult and consequential cases in the nation, often taking up questions that later come before the Supreme Court. Judge Jackson, that will enable you.
Churro says they're tired of corn.
Once confirmed.
Fair enough.
Before the D.C. Circuit, Judge Jackson was a trial judge. in
Has
the
to be
District
distilled
Court
using charcoal.
in the
No, that's not a
District of
requirement. It's a requirement of Tennessee whiskey, I believe, but it's not a requirement of bourbon.
Including many jury trials. Judge Jackson, you have presided over virtually every kind of case a federal trial judge
Kraken,
here
not a fan.
across
Wasn't a fan of
criminal
Kraken.
and civil law. You have more experience actually trying cases in your courtroom than any other member of the court. As a member of the U.S. Sentencing Commission, you helped establish the policies and practices for federal courts when deciding criminal punishments. With commissioners from both parties, you helped implement our bipartisan Fair Sentencing Act. Complicated and consequential work, and we thank you. It matters to me, Mr. Chairman, that Judge Jackson was also a civil litigator and public defender. She wasn't
Jack
groomed
Daniels Green.
in partisan petri dishes. She learned practical courtroom experience in both civil and criminal law, how the judicial system works.
Burn
serves
barrels give you
or
caramel
doesn't
notes.
serve
Yes.
different
It is very common, although not required,
I must say that in Rhode Island, we
to char the inside of the barrel.
you clerked
And then the amount of char
Stephen
obviously
Breyer.
distinctly influences the
You
flavor
clerked
of the thing.
for Rhode Islander,
So, yes.
Ruth Celia, on the First Circuit.
Eagle Rare, very good choice.
Judge
Bullet,
Celia was
good.
nominated
Woodford
by
Reserve
Ronald
and
Reagan
W.L. Leller
He is
are good
well
bourbons.
regarded
Those are all good
by
choices.
bench and bar.
Of those,
And he thinks the world
Eagle Rare might be my favorite.
of Judge Jackson. She is absolutely everything you would want in a Supreme Court justice, he told the Boston Globe in February. She has all the tickets in terms of her intelligence, her education, her work experience, and her demonstrated judicial temperament. He actually said that waiting for the
Free
Supreme Court
Ukraine says DC Circuit, what a joke. A tiny enclave that has more judges than some states.
made him feel
The
like
DC
a father
Circuit is not a joke. It's considered
waited to hear his daughter's
like second to the
college
Supreme
admissions
Court.
results.
It's the most prestigious.
We very
It's
much
typically
appreciate
considered the
that.
most prestigious court of
Rhode Island
appeals.
touch to
Not
this
necessarily one I'd want to sit on, incidentally,
Judge
but
Jackson
for the
is
exact
so
reason it's considered the most prestigious is the exact reason I probably wouldn't want to sit on
And her
it,
record
because they deal with a lot of administrative law.
type of even-handed
So they deal with a lot of stuff coming from
that will make her such a
the
good
executive branch,
Supreme
like
Court
all the
justice.
agency regulations and stuff.
principle she has said is to
Like,
consistently
An overwhelming number of that goes through DC Court of
same
Appeals
level
for
of
DC Circuit
analytical rigor
because of
to
the
a
federal
case.
government's location there.
no
So,
matter who.
yeah, the DC Court of Appeals for DC Circuit's not a joke. It's actually a pretty big deal.
She says this means you can, quoting again, be consistent in the way you are analyzing the issues. And you can set aside any thoughts about who is making the arguments and what advantages any side might take away
Try
from
Wathens.
your
I'll
opinions.
put it on the list.
If you have fidelity to the rule of law that is grounded in
I need to
looking
sign
at
up for one of those sites that's like, buy me a drink.
then I think
And
you
then
can
it could
rule
just ship to me without you guys knowing my address. That could be fun. And then I could do bourbon reviews on the channel
Mr. Chairman,
of the
Judge
things you
Jackson
send me. That could be
is
fun.
exemplary justice, both because of the qualities that she possesses and because she did not undergo
Crystal head vodka,
pre-selection process to get
triple
here.
filtered through Hermkin diamond crystals. Does the diamond do any? How can the diamond doesn't do jack
On the
shit?
recommendation of a
Does it?
secretive right-wing donor operation.
You don't filter through diamond. The diamond is non-reactive.
And aimed at
Pouring
capturing
vodka over diamonds will do jack
19th
shit
century
to change the
railroad
flavor. Why even bother?
The unpleasant fact is that the present court is the court that dark money built. Anonymous donations funded the Federalist Society while it housed the selection turnstile run by the dark money donors.
Get a P.O. box. I might do that.
Funded the dark money group down
Yeah,
the
why not
same
set up a separate P.O. box? I had a separate P.O. box at one point. I
ran
might
the
get
dark
one
money
again.
Political campaigns for the selected justices. And because of all that secrecy, Americans are denied any real understanding.
Taste boxes
of
are
the
available.
overlap of all that dark money with the political dark money.
Why don't they
funding
distribute all the cases across the federal courts? D.C. is the most liberal. They're not part of any state.
Of Senate norms,
Well,
rules, and
in terms of
procedures
why, because
that
the
accompanied
Congress set up the
confirmation
jurisdiction that way.
process Of recent
The
nominations.
reason that they don't is because Congress
Judge Jackson's
set up
nomination and the
the
process by
jurisdiction.
which he was selected
Diamond filtered.
stand in sharp.
Diamond filtered is not a thing.
President
Diamond
Biden
filtering is not a
undertook a
thing. You can't
independent
diamond
review of her
filter.
record.
The diamonds don't filter. The diamonds do no filtering. The diamonds are non-reactive. Diamond filtering is not a thing.
Set by Republicans in recent
Pouring it
years.
over diamonds is not. It does not change the substance in any way.
We've already seen dark money groups
It's a bunch of bullshit.
use dark money to run ads charging that dark money swayed this selection. We are hearing that again today.
Charcoal filtering, it helps. Yes, charcoal is reactive.
Millions of
Diamonds
dollars
are not.
in right-wing dark money built the current court majority and still signals its wishes through flotillas of dark money front groups posing as amici curiae. I welcome the debate on these points.
There's Golden Goldschlager.
I look forward
Yeah,
to
a
hearing
little bit.
more from the excellent nominee before us. Judge Selya counted the late Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg an old friend. I see some of the same qualities in Ketanji that I saw in Ruth, he said. Humility, the ability to inspire others in a quiet way, not at the top of her voice.
How do you know? Well, have you tried? How do I know? Chemistry.
Have the
And
capacity
I failed
to
chemistry.
inspire by example and the force of their reason.
That's how I know.
Judge Jackson, I'm certain
That's how I know the diamond filtering doesn't do anything. Chemistry.
through force of reason will be on display here this week.
And I failed chemistry. I suck at chemistry, and I still know that.
And thank you, Judge Jackson, for being with us today.
Thanks, Senator Whitehouse. Senator Lee of Utah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Judge Jackson, for joining us today. I appreciated the conversation you and I had in my office a few days ago, and your willingness to engage in a lively, interesting conversation during that, and look forward to more of that this week. I've enjoyed also meeting your husband and your two lovely daughters. They're wonderful people. I'm grateful to you for your service to the federal judiciary and as a member of the bar. You bring to the court, as I mentioned to you last week,
Senator Lee is pretty based.
a unique set of experiences. If you're confirmed, you will be someone who has served at all three levels of the federal judiciary. And as a result of that, you'll have a perspective that's different than that of most who have served on that court during the modern era. And I appreciate your willingness to be considered and to be here to talk to us about our questions. I echo what many of my colleagues have said today, in that I am dedicated, as I always have been, to making sure that these hearings are respectful
The rich diamond flavor from the diamond filtering is worth the extra price? Unless they're literally crushing up diamonds and putting it in the vodka, which would be kind of hilarious. Do that Goldschlager thing? Actually, that's not the worst idea I've ever heard in my life.
It has never been.
That's not the worst idea I've ever heard in my life. Actually, like crushing up diamonds and putting some of it in the vodka and selling it that way. That could be interesting. That could be a thing.
There are a few reasons for that. First and foremost, the most obvious is that respect.
This is my idea, though. Trademark pending. Trademark pending. Trademark pending. Trademark pending.
If we focus on personal attacks, that means
uncivil vodka, the only one with actual diamonds in the bottle.
To make sure that we do our jobs fairly and properly. When we're focused on things that we have no business doing,
trademark pending,
forward spurious, last-minute, uncorroborated accusations of a personal nature, we neglect the importance of talking about.
Wouldn't crushed up diamonds cut up your intestines?
The philosophy that guides.
Probably not. If you crush them up enough, I wouldn't think so. I'll have to look into that. That's probably okay. And also, we're not talking about a lot per bottle. Obviously, for monetary reasons. It would be a very minimal amount of diamonds, but it'd be there.
It has to do with the fact that, having been nominated to this position, we know that you stand a very decent likelihood of ultimately being confirmed to this position, in which case you'll serve as a member of the Supreme Court of the United States. And I think it's important that even when, especially...
Diamond shards could be fatal for plenty of reasons. You do understand I'm talking about like diamond dust, right?
As a committee,
I'm talking about dust.
Judiciary Committee, not engage in speech
I'm talking about...
that would undermine the legitimacy of the Supreme Court of the United States. You see, it's the legitimacy of the courts that gives them their potence, their power.
I'm not sure if that works or not. I don't know. I'll have to look into that.
We all have a duty to make sure that we don't undermine that very thing that we purport to be protecting.
Sambuca?
Let me tell you some of the things that
I'm not a huge licorice fan
when reviewing a nominee, and a few things that
but I will do a Sambuca
to focus on.
And then we get to have the debate over Sambuca Light versus Sambuca Dark.
Will involve any nominee's commitment to judicial self-restraint, to understanding the judicial role, what it is and what it is not. Any judicial nominee these days will acknowledge that he or she understands.
There's got to be a safe amount of diamond dust,
rather than on the basis of the judges,
that I can put inside a 750 milliliter bottle of vodka so that it won't tear up people's intestines. There's got to be some amount that would be safe, and it's in my interest financially for it to be as little as possible anyway.
What rhetorical, linguistic devices the jurist in question might follow in order to do that. I'm looking for someone.
Taste the diamond.
Is ideally
$10 from Rick Nikita. Get a YubiKey, Kurt. I might.
In her confirmation
the problem with YubiKey is obviously physically losing it. It makes me nervous.
This document, written by wise men nearly 2.5 centuries ago, wise men who I believe were raised up by Almighty God to that very purpose. To the
Sambuca and espresso, respect.
It's helped foster the development.
Food grade diamond dust. That's what I'm talking about. This has got to be a thing, right?
But she likened this.
Diamonds equals heavy metal poisoning. No, it wouldn't cause poisoning in that respect because the diamonds are non-reactive. We've discussed this.
She said the Constitution is like
whatever problems the drinking the diamonds would have, poisoning is not one of them.
She then goes on to explain that he told the crew, "Do not untie me, no matter how much I beg or plead. Don't untie me from the mast." He wanted to avoid the tempting call of the siren.
Wild Irish Rose? Never heard of that one. I might check that out.
Is inherent. It's in government itself. It's understandable.
Diamond nanopowder is used for filtration?
We tie ourselves to it. Critical to that.
For physical things? Maybe it's used to filter physical things out of it.
Backstop that's there to resolve disputes. Now, the Constitution isn't just something for the courts. It's not something that's owned exclusively and independently by the federal judiciary or the Supreme Court itself. But it does play an important role because the court's there to resolve
diamonds would be mini razor blades in the intestinal tract. I don't think you guys are fully feeling
as to the meaning of
the uncivil
provision of federal law.
Vodka with diamonds. I'm not feeling full support for the vodka with the diamonds plan.
So we need.
I'm starting a Kickstarter, guys. I'm starting a Kickstarter.
And demonstrate
for the vodka with the diamonds. Be an early investor in the vodka with the diamonds.
An ability to acknowledge that there are a lot of things not within the province of the courts that entail policy. The job of the court of the judiciary is never to exert will or force. It is only judgment. It's discerning what the law says. A nominee also, I believe, needs to show a steadfast commitment to the principle of separation of powers. There are a couple of forms of separation of powers required by the Constitution along two axes. One operates along the vertical axis that we call federalism. It says most of the power.
Instead of diamonds, just use crushed up glass. What could go wrong?
In the United States, most powers that government might exercise are to be exercised at the state and local level. Power that's federal is the exception, not the norm, in our constitutional system of government. The other form of separation of powers operates along the horizontal axis. It's one that recognizes within the federal government, which is limited, we're going to have one branch, our branch, Congress, that makes the laws. Another branch headed by the president, the executive branch, that enforces them, and the third branch, which interprets them, resolving disputes between parties coming before the court's jurisdiction. Third, I think it's important that a jurist within our system of government.
John says, did your research for you. Diamond Dust, LD50, cited above courtesy of Fisher and Mice. Ooh, what does it say?
As it was written, as it was understood by the public.
I'm looking for your prior thing. What is the LD50 on diamond dust?
Provision of the Constitution at the time.
And by the way, when we say LD50, are we inhaling this? Are we drinking this? The method of consumption is going to matter here.
Make efforts to make sure that we're interpreting it based on how
John
the public
O'Brien, where is,
regardless of the subjective intent of any particular lawmaker or group thereof, the public meaning at the time it became law. This
I don't see your prior thing on the LD50. Am I missing it?
Part of how we've.
Oh, there it is. LD50, oral mouse, 10 grams per kilogram.
It's through the rule of law.
Oh yeah, we can make that work.
To that mast.
We can make that work.
Increasing threats to this.
Yeah.
We've seen those threats arise with efforts
we can make that work.
to delegitimize
the LD50 is 10 grams per kilogram.
Sickened every
we
time
can make that work.
I see or hear or experience one of those efforts to delegitimize it. We've heard some today, in fact. Comments.
Adam says, your high-end vodka are used with real diamonds. The normal is lab diamonds. As far as I'm concerned, lab diamonds are real. I mean, in some sense, they're more real.
The Supreme Court.
So I don't care.
This was attempted by President Franklin D. Roosevelt in 1937. It did lasting damage to the court. It didn't succeed as a legislative matter. But it's arguable that it left some mark.
Live in La Vida Linda says, if one ingests diamond dust, the natural parasitic motion of the digestive tract causes tiny splinters of the world's hardest substance to embed themselves along the alimentary canal.
But 9 is a number that works.
So you get your intestines blinged out?
It's not one that we ought to revisit, and it's one that Supreme Court
I don't know. This plan may have some problems,
including your former boss, Justice Breyer, whom I really enjoyed getting to know when serving as the law clerk on the Supreme Court. I enjoyed our conversations with him. He, Justice Ginsburg, Justice Thomas, and so many others have been against that. We must protect the court. We may not protect the court. We lose ability to protect the court if we allow arguments to take root that are focused on expanding that.
We're not even into question time yet. We haven't gotten to question time yet.
Mr. Chairman. Thanks, Senator Lee. Senator Klobuchar of Minnesota.
Thank you very much.
We could go the homeopathic route.
Thank you, Ranking Member
Add the
Grassley.
diamonds, then filter them out, so there isn't actually in them. But tell people it doesn't matter.
In my office, and we have seen you in this committee before, and we are so happy to have you back.
I mean, at that point, I could just throw some diamonds into the vat of the distilling vat and call it a day. Distilled with diamonds. Actually, there you go. Instead of diamond filtering, how about distilled with diamonds? I'll just literally throw some diamonds into the distilling vat. Distilled with diamonds, ma'am.
Patrick and your 2 daughters and your other family members and friends. It is clear that your family, starting with your parents, who I got to meet, who are sitting there in the front row, who once worked as teachers, that your family has been a constant source of inspiration and support for you. My mom taught second grade until she was 70 years old, so I know firsthand it's pretty great to have a parent who was also a teacher and they never stopped checking your spelling. As a lawyer who also balanced work with parenthood myself, I particularly enjoyed your story, Judge, about sitting.
Diamond distilling is tight. Yeah, there you go.
Coloring book, and he was studying his law.
I'll get a
book.
$500,000 worth of diamonds, you know, like 1 carat diamonds or something. $500,000 worth of 1 carat diamonds. Just throw it into the distilling vat, and just it'll be there forever.
Your values.
Every batch distilled with or I could do like $1 million. That's actually a pretty good idea. Distilled with $1 million of diamonds. I like this plan. Yeah, I'll get $1 million of loose stones and throw it into the distilling vat, and it'll just stay there forever. It'll be great.
As the first Black woman to serve
$1 million diamond vodka, man. It's a plan.
With 115 justices having served so far in our history, you're the first Black woman, and it's long past time. In fact, this entire hearing is about opening things up. The hearing room, we've opened it up.
Going to go to my local jeweler. It'd be like I need $1 million in loose diamonds.
And you're opening up the
Am I buying drugs? No, I'm making vodka.
Of your very presence. You, Judge, are opening a door that's long been shut to so many. And by virtue of your strong presence, your skills, your experience, you are showing so many little girls and little boys across the country.
I could put diamond dust into the glass of the bottle. That's actually not a bad idea.
We're here to carry out one of this committee's.
There you go. That would solve the problem, right? I can embed the diamond in the glass. That probably works.
On President Biden's nomination to the Supreme Court.
Throw a little diamond dust in with the glass.
For us to consider the Supreme
Diamond glass.
place in our democracy.
Sure.
And how it impacts people. You've been nominated to Justice Breyer's seat. You clerked for him, and I know he's been and is a wonderful mentor to you. So I'd like to start with some of his words.
The diamonds would obviously be reused.
That the Supreme
Court is distilled with $1 million of diamonds.
Public
Put a little diamond dust in the glass of the bottle.
He said, it can do this best by helping ensure that the Constitution remains workable in a broad sense of the term. Specifically, it can and should interpret the Constitution in a way that works for the people of today, making it work for the people of today.
Couple missed super chats.
Those words, his words, are
$5 from Johnny F. Face. I can't taste the difference between zirconia vodka and diamond vodka. Save your money, buy zirconia. Sorry, Kurt. And $5 from Jimmy Dean. Bourbon Shortlist, Smooth Amber, Legend, which is a Japanese bourbon blend. Makers 47.
Requires not just
Ammunition, Chattanooga cast strength, Bird Dog 10-year, taxation is theft. Thank you very much.
As we are here to confirm a new justice for his seat, I urge my colleagues to remember his words about how the court must consider the effect of its actions on people's lives, how it must be able to see the real people at the other end of its rulings.
Be right back. Talk amongst yourselves.
Like Americans who are one Supreme Court decision away from losing their health insurance, or one court decision away from the ability to make their own health care choices, or the dreamers who could lose the only country they've ever known, or the people who waited for hours in the rain one recent election day in Wisconsin, wearing garbage bags and homemade masks in the middle of what would soon become a global pandemic, just to cast a ballot, just to exercise their constitutional right to vote. The court decides cases with life-changing consequences for people. It makes decisions that dictate health and safety standards for workers, protections for seniors, whether we can have clean air and clean water. The Supreme Court issues rulings that can determine who can make their voices heard in our democracy and how they can do it. So, Judge Jackson, this week I look forward to hearing more on your views about the real-world implications of the law and about how you will respect the Constitution and legal precedent, all the while striving to ensure we have a court that works for the American people. Judge, I believe you have exactly the sort of understanding of what the law means in people's lives that Americans would want in a justice. You're from a family that knows something about making it work. Both of your parents attended segregated primary schools and later became teachers. And when your dad set his sights on becoming a lawyer, your mom figured out how to support the family while he attended law school. After being a star debater in high school, you went on to graduate magna cum laude in college and went on to graduate with honors from law school. After law school, you clerked for federal judges nominated by both Democratic and Republican presidents. And of course, you had the honor of serving as a clerk to Justice Breyer. These aren't just lines on your resume. They show that you have worked to apply the law at every level of the federal system. And beyond those credentials,
all right, I'm going to do something productive with my time as long as I'm here.
Those closest to
I'm going to start work. I'm going to finish out my bar application because I need to get that done.
Your uncles was a detective.
So let me fill out, annoying, freaking annoying paperwork.
You know what it means for a person to put their life on the line.
The most annoying part of the bar exam is just applying for the bar exam. I swear to God.
Senator Durbin mentioned the letter of support from the Fraternal Order of Police. And as a former federal public defender, you also understand that for our justice system to be truly workable, it must account for those who lack the resources to defend themselves. And you would be the first justice to bring that experience to the court. Judge, I believe it is because of your experience and respect for the law that the Senate has confirmed you 3 times with bipartisan support as Vice Chair and Commissioner of the U.S. Sentencing Commission, Judge on the D.C. District Court, and most recently the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals. In each of these roles, you've lived up to that bipartisan.
Where are you applying to? I'm applying to take the Texas bar exam so that I can become a real Texas lawyer.
Were either unanimous or voice votes. As a district court judge, you wrote nearly 6.
And incidentally, because now the UBE is a thing that exists, that will enable me to be a lawyer in like 30 states, which is kind of nice.
I will note that if you are confirmed, you will join Justice Sotomayor as the only other justice on the bench with experience as a trial court judge.
Oh my God.
As a circuit court judge, you have written decisions joined by judges appointed by presidents of both parties.
Sorry.
And let's not forget, you have 9 years of judicial experience.
Wrong window.
More than 4 other justices currently on the court.
Thanks for letting me know.
Confirmations. Not that we're.
Yeah, I am a lawyer. I'm licensed in Virginia.
And I expect.
And I thought, what if I get licensed in Texas since I live here now? That'd be fun.
You have the experience and record of a jurist who is dedicated to the fair application of the law, committed to consensus, and determined to make sure that the court and the Constitution work for the people of today. And one last point. Judge, your confirmation hearing comes at a moment in our history when the people of this country are once again seeing, this time in Ukraine, that democracy can never be taken for granted. Eternal vigilance, it's been said, is the price of liberty.
I fixed $2 from Adam Trapp. We can see your paperwork. Thanks for letting me know. I moved it to a new window, so it's all good.
Everything they had behind with only a suitcase
thank you.
And a backpack, walking into the loving arms of their neighbors in Poland.
What is the deadline for this application?
Of having been invaded by Nazis and Russians and Prussians and Habsburgs.
Well, if I get it in by April 1st, I only have to pay the late fee instead of the final filing deadline.
The people of Poland are achieving the dreams their grandparents could never realize. They are saying to their Ukrainian neighbors, we value freedom and respect your democracy. We value you so much that we will take you into our homes and into our hearts. We will open our doors and not shut you out. And this horrendous war against evil and the courage of the Ukrainian people is happening at the very same time our country is opening our minds after being separated through a 2-year pandemic from our neighbors, not only around the world, but in our own country, in our own towns. This moment bestows upon us a new opportunity to see one another again and to be part of our own democracy, to respect each other's rights and views, to see that we are not a nation of 300+ million silos. Instead, we are a nation that must re-embrace the simple principle that unites.
What does Poland have to do with the Supreme Court? Outstanding question.
So
Berg, I wish I knew.
Than what divides us. That's the pivotal moment we are in. That's your moment. It's a time for us to consider what the courts mean to our democracy, to recall how the framers envisioned the courts to work as a ballast in our system of government, and to rededicate ourselves to the sacred protection of our rights and the upholding of our
Now it's making me sign 8,000 cents of
with these hearings. Let us be grounded in the central role of the court and the Constitution in our democracy, of what it means to our system of government that we can never take for granted, and how we must always be vigilant that it is serving the people. Judge Jackson, I'm confident.
It's asking me to acknowledge 3,000 acknowledgments about the form.
With a bedrock appreciation of what the Constitution and the law means to America, with the real world perspective we need. Thank you for your willingness to serve at this important time.
Thanks, Senator Klobuchar. Senator Cruz of Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Judge Jackson, congratulations on your nomination. 11,107 men and women have served as members of the House of Representatives. 1,994 men and women have served as members of the United States Senate. Only 115 men and women have served as Supreme Court justices. The position to which you have been nominated is extraordinarily important. And that is why the Senate is given the responsibility for advice and consent under the Constitution. Because the job matters immensely. Supreme Court confirmations were not always controversial. In fact, Bushrod Washington, when nominated to the Supreme Court in 1798, was confirmed the very next day. So what changed? Well, what changed is starting in the 1960s and the 1970s, the Supreme Court's role in our society changed dramatically. The Supreme Court became a policy-making body rather than a merely judicial body. Just a moment ago, my colleague Senator Klobuchar said we should consider the Supreme Court's place in our democracy. Well, starting in the 60s and 70s, the Supreme Court decided its place in our democracy, at least too many justices, was to set aside the democratic decisions of the people and instead to mandate the policy outcomes they themselves supported. Our Democratic colleagues want the Supreme Court to be anti-democratic.
I am filling out my bar application to take the Texas bar.
They can't pass gun control laws
and the application itself is the most miserable part of it, I swear.
Mandate those same laws instead. Law after law after law that they can't get through the democratic process, the Democrats have decided it's much simpler to convince 5 lawyers in black robes than to try to convince 330 million Americans. That is why Supreme Court confirmation hearings have become so contentious, is because the Supreme Court has arrogated to itself a responsibility the Constitution doesn't give it, which is to make contested policy decisions and take them away from the American people. Now, what should this hearing be and what should it not be? Well, you've heard a number of members on the Republican side of the aisle quite clear on what it should not be. This will not be a political circus.
Would you think a YouTube video regarding the admission process would be interesting? No, I don't think it would be.
That sadly our Democratic colleagues have gotten very good at. And it's important to note, a couple of years ago I was doing my weekly podcast and I was on with a noted liberal intellectual who made a comment something to the effect of, well, both sides do this. Both sides smear Supreme Court justices. And I was forced to laugh out loud and say, look, I understand that's a pretty good talking point. It just happens not to be true. It is only one side of the aisle, the Democratic aisle, that went so into the gutter with Judge Robert Bork that they invented a new verb, to bork someone. It is only one side of the aisle that with Justice Clarence Thomas was so reprehensible that, as the president who nominated him, President George Herbert Walker Bush, wrote at the time, quote, "What's happening to Clarence Thomas is just plain horrible. All the groups that tried to beat him up on abortion or affirmative action have now come out of the woodwork. They are trying to destroy a decent man. This is an ugly process, and one can see clearly why so many good people elect to stay out of public life. As Justice Thomas observed in that hearing, what happened there...
All right, when did I attend law school? I attended from August of 2004.
And I would note the chairman who presided over that disgrace was Joe Biden. And then most of the members of this committee remember the confirmation hearing of Brett Kavanaugh, one of the lowest moments in the history of this committee, where Democrats on this committee sat on allegations, didn't refer them to the FBI, didn't ask for investigations, hid them, and then leaked them against the wishes of the complainant. And we began a circus that featured Spartacus moments, featured such nuts as Michael Avenatti, whom CNN breathlessly for some months described as a possible Democratic presidential candidate. That's before, presumably, he became a felon in recent months. Judge Jackson, I can assure you that your hearing will feature none of that disgraceful behavior. No one is going to inquire into your teenage dating habits. No one is going to ask you with mock severity, do you like beer? But that's not to say this hearing should be non-substantive and non-vigorous. In this hearing, this committee has a responsibility to focus on issues, to focus on your record, to focus on substance, to do our very best to ascertain what kind of justice you would be. And a couple of straw men. It is no longer the case that Supreme Court confirmation hearings are merely about qualifications. There are some who say, well, if the justice is qualified, the Senate should confirm. There was a time that was the case. Our Democratic colleagues have abandoned that standard long ago. Our Democratic colleagues, then Senator Joe Biden, was perfectly happy to vote against John Roberts, someone who was unquestionably qualified for the court. He was perfectly happy to vote against Sam Alito, someone who was unquestionably qualified for the court. And indeed, every member of our Democratic colleagues who was here at the time participated in the first ever filibuster of a Supreme Court justice on partisan lines with Justice Neil Gorsuch. They did so for someone unquestionably.
Yeah, I'm an 80s baby.
But they had a political agenda, and so every one of them happily filibustered Justice Gorsuch. Likewise, it's not about race. We will see Democrats in the media suggest that any senator that is skeptical of your nomination, that questions you vigorously, or that dares to vote against you must somehow harbor racial animus. If that were the standard, I would note we are sitting on a committee where multiple members of this committee, the senior Democrats in the committee, happily filibustered Judge Janice Rogers Brown, a very qualified African-American woman nominated to the D.C. Circuit, and they did so precisely because they wanted to prevent Judge Brown from becoming Justice Brown, the first African-American woman. Joe Biden was among the Democrats filibustering the first African-American woman nominated to the D.C. Circuit. The senior Democrats on this committee also filibustered Miguel Estrada. As the staff for Senator Ted Kennedy said in writing at the time, the Democrats filibustered Miguel Estrada, quote, because he is Hispanic. They were explicitly racial. If you are Hispanic or African American and you dare depart from their political orthodoxy, they will crush you, they will attack you, they will slander you, they will filibuster you. So this is not about race. It is, however, about issues and substance, and I got to say, I agree with Chairman Durbin. Chairman Durbin quoted Paul Simon, and he said, history will judge, quote, did she restrict freedom or did she expand it? I agree with that. The reason the American people care about the Supreme Court is it is integral to protecting or taking away our constitutional rights. When it comes to free speech, this committee should inquire, will you protect the rights of Americans to speak, to say unpopular ideas, to say ideas that the government doesn't want you to say, that you nonetheless have a right to say? Will you protect freedom or restrict it? When it comes to religious liberty, will a justice vote to protect your right to live according to your faith and according to your conscience? Or will a justice vote to crush religious liberty and strip those rights away? The Second Amendment. Will a justice vote to defend your Second Amendment rights to keep and bear arms, to defend your family, to defend your children? Or will a justice roll over to the Democrats that want a disarmed citizen? The right to life. Will a justice protect the rights of the people, the rights of state legislatures to enact laws protecting innocent life, protecting unborn life?
You know, there's a reason I kept all my bar paperwork for 15 years, just so that I don't have to find out the answers to some questions again. What annoying this.
Will a justice protect the rights of kids to get a quality education, or will a justice legislate from the bench and shut down school choice programs across this country? And crime. We are seeing murder rates, carjacking rates, crime rates skyrocketing across the country, in significant part because political Soros-backed district attorneys, because of Democratic efforts to abolish the police. And part of the Democratic effort to abolish the police is nominating justice.
John O'Brien says, good luck, brother. I moved from New York to Florida last year, licensed in both. My fancy got a job in Georgia. I'm not doing it a third time. I didn't mind it the first time. The only thing that I really mind is the damn application.
All those questions are fair game. Will you follow the law? What does your record indicate? Will you protect the rights of every American citizen, regardless of race, regardless of party, regardless of views? That's what the focus of this hearing should be.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Coons from Delaware.
Thank you, Chairman Durbin, Ranking Member Grassley. Judge Jackson, congratulations on your nomination. It is a joy and a blessing to welcome you and your family and your supporters here this morning. As both Senators Klobuchar and Cruz have laid out in great and forceful detail, the decisions of the United States Supreme Court have daily impact, regular bearing on the lived experience of
February of 2002.
in part why hearings for
They want to know, the bar wants to know if I've ever been disciplined by any university.
forward to this day since President Biden announced your nomination in February.
Have you ever been disciplined in any way for any matter by any college, university, law school, or other institution of higher learning, or by any professor, administrator, employer, or entity representing any college, university, law school, or other institution of higher learning, allowed to withdraw from institution to avoid such discipline?
Skills,
Yes, I have. What did you do? Well, here's the thing.
We'll be
In
inviting
February of 2002, I had a very small halogen desk lamp
the strong
on my desk
the judicial
for, seeing in with light. The university bans all halogen bulbs. It was discovered during a routine RA inspection. I was forced to watch a very lame video about fire safety. So yes, I've been disciplined by a university.
a justice whom
This is the things I have to disclose in my life.
Over decades has shown us a model of a Supreme Court justice. In his 42 years on the federal bench, 30 years on the Supreme Court, he's lived up to the highest ideals of American jurisprudence. He has served with wisdom, with fairness, and respect for the Constitution, the laws of our nation, and its people. He has a keen legal mind and a love of the law that are obvious to anyone who's heard him ask questions or read his decisions, and certainly to someone who clerked for him on the Supreme Court and who has had the benefit of his mentorship over many, many years. You've had broad experience in your stellar legal career that'll make you a unique contributor to the Supreme Court. You've worked as a lawyer or as a judge in just about every level of our legal system, engaging in just about every area of federal law. Your experiences as a private practice attorney with large law
school admission account number.
Defender, as vice chair of the U.S.
I have a law school admission account number.
And your near decade of service as a federal judge have given you insights into the ways that our Constitution, our statutes.
I have my original MPRE thing when I passed the MPRE. Got 135.
Individuals.
I wonder if this is still good.
Communities. You're able to perceive the full sweep of our law without losing sight of the human beings, the individuals and families impacted by it, caught up in it. And it is critically important, in my view, that we have justices on the Supreme Court with this practical and proximate view. You began your legal career with the invaluable experience of clerking for judges at the Federal District Court, at the Circuit Court, and for Justice Breyer on the Supreme Court, judges appointed by presidents of both parties. You developed your career as a legal advocate in private practice and in the Federal Public Defender's Service. As part of this work, you took on complex cases involving challenging and unsettled areas of
Yeah, they
the
want
law.
my LSAC number. That's what they want.
On behalf of clients
I'm trying to
without
see
regard
if it's in my
for political views
paperwork
or the political
from when I
consequences
filled
of
out the
those
bar
cases.
so many moons ago.
And you helped ensure bedrock constitutional guarantees in our legal system held strong, even in times of great stress and crisis. The work you did in these roles distinguished you as a talented appellate litigator with a formidable legal mind. You helped to craft policy as counsel to the U.S. Sentencing Commission, the independent agency within the judicial branch that establishes sentencing guidelines followed by all federal judges. And then years later, you served again on the commission as its vice chair. While on the U.S. Sentencing Commission, you partnered with colleagues whose perspectives on the law span the ideological spectrum, and together you enacted meaningful reforms designed to reduce unjust disparities and increase fairness in sentencing.
Do I have an
Today,
LSAC
I
number?
expect to
Probably.
discuss your Sentencing Commission experience with you in some detail. Nearly all the decisions you were a part of while serving on the commission were unanimous, and they grew out of a careful consideration of highly complex, numerous factors and involved commissioners working hard to achieve common ground. In at least one notable instance, you ended up joining two conservative commissioners to oppose an amendment because you thought the law required a different result and you followed the law. Something that often gets lost in our debates and discussions about the Supreme Court is that many, in some terms a majority, of Supreme Court decisions are unanimous.
Law School
Decided by
Admissions
very broad
Council
majorities.
account number.
These decisions
I
are
have
every
no
bit as
idea.
critical to the rule of law and the functioning and legitimacy of the court as the handful that are very contentious and widely discussed publicly. Your service on the Sentencing Commission
Let's
and
see.
your time on the Circuit Court have prepared you to be a positive force for consensus among the justices in this challenging chapter in American history. I also think we will have some extended discussions this week about your record of service on the federal bench. You were confirmed to the Federal District Court for the District of Columbia in 2013 and have written more than
There
500
is my account number.
opinions.
Great.
You were confirmed to the D.C. Circuit Court
Plug
of Appeals
that into
last
here.
year. And in your near decade as a judge, you've authored opinions in cases spanning a myriad of complicated issues, from administrative law to civil rights, from criminal and environmental matters, labor and employment law,
Apologize.
national
John
security,
O'Brien gives me $5 to say fiance is a psychiatrist. They have a centralized aggregation system to obtain medical licenses in other jurisdictions.
gives us
We
the
never
best
figured it out.
evidence of what kind of justice you will be. And I've concluded
yeah,
you
I
are
believe that.
gracious and impartial, great qualities for a justice. In every case, you methodically consider the parties' arguments, the relevant facts, and the law, including, of course, the foundation of the
full-time.
Constitution, the text of applicable statutes.
All right, I'm done with section 2. On to section 3.
Ultimately, from what I've seen, you come to a decision based on that methodology.
Are you licensed to practice? Yes, I am.
Particular policy preferences or activism.
Name of states.
This committee has also received a striking outpouring of support for your nomination.
Virginia, date
from a very
licensed.
broad range of sources.
Is this license ever been inactive?
About some of the
No,
more
it is not.
enthusiastic statements in detail in the coming days.
Date license that would have been.
I've had a chance to review personally. I've been struck. There were letters from lawyers that held appointed positions in Republican administrations, letters
Think
from
September
prominent law enforcement
of 07?
organizations, federal judges,
Oh,
appointed.
they want to know the exact date?
Republican
Oh, you gotta be
presidents.
kidding
They
me.
praise your qualifications, your character, experience, and your commitment to even-handed and impartial
Hold on.
judging and the rule of law.
Let's see if it's on my bar license.
This is the fourth Supreme Court nomination process in which I'm participating as a senator, and I know our role in confirming a justice to the highest court is among the most solemn obligations we have as senators. As we begin this week's hearings, I remain hopeful that we can come together as a committee and engage in respectful, good faith, bipartisan consideration of your nomination. I look forward to your testimony this week. I'm excited so many of my colleagues have had a chance to get to know you a bit, to meet with you, to talk with you one-on-one and get a sense of your character, your experiences, and your background. And then we'll have the opportunity to question you to bring that out in more detail. I have every expectation that at the end of this week's hearings, it'll be clear to all that you are impeccably qualified in the law. And I think it'll be plain to any American watching. You have a demonstrated record of excellence as a jurist. You will decide cases as a justice on the basis of the facts and the law, and that you will be faithful to the Constitution. It's also my hope folks will get a chance to meet the family that shaped you. It was delightful to have a few moments to get to talk with your parents and your brother before we began today, and to reflect on how having parents, graduates of HBCUs, public school teachers, who then went on to great careers of accomplishment, Johnny Brown, Esquire, and Dr. Ellery Brown, set a great standard. But frankly, to me, one of the most memorable sentences before this was in talking to your brother, Ketanji, who said, "Oh, I'm not surprised to be here at all. This was the sort of thing for which my sister was destined from the very start." Destined, perhaps, but today you're beginning a process of walking through this door because of courage, humility, determination, and a commitment to excellence. Just as another person in American history, Ruby Bridges, walked through a critical door in our history with her chin held high, her back held straight, and a fierce determination to make a difference, so you too, today, begin the process of walking through this next open door with the sort of sparkling wit, brilliant mind, and commitment to excellence that will make its mark in American history. I look forward to your opening.
All right, so it turns out I had to log onto the Virginia bar website, because I couldn't find my bar card somewhere.
And Chris is
I was licensed October the 17th of 2007. Now we know. That's just really important information.
Spending time in my office with me. Congratulations to your daughters and your family more broadly. This is a big day for lots of folks in your family. Today, the Senate takes up our constitutional duty to advise the President on his nominee to the Supreme Court. The Senate's advice and consent clause in our role is especially important these days when we all, Republicans and Democrats, agree that the 9 justices of the court exercise a lot of power over
What did I do with my form? Did I close the form?
Much more power than our Constitution's framers ever anticipated. So let's talk about how we got into this mess. We're here in part because of decades and decades of reckless...
Date licensed. Apparently it was October the 17th of 2007.
Congress, the Article 1 branch, fails to carry out our tasks responsibly and regularly...
This license has never been inactive? No. Great. Continuing on.
Pass incredibly vague laws. And
Are you licensed to practice in any federal jurisdiction? Yes. You're going to want to know exact dates, aren't you?
In the Article 2 branch.
Name a federal jurisdiction.
The head of the executive branch, meanwhile,
USPTO. Date of licensure.
Grabs more and more power.
Technically, yes.
And finally, the Supreme Court, at the top of Article 3, tends to overstep the bounds that the Constitution sets on judicial power. The court has ignored restrictions on its authority, inserting itself into policy debates that are supposed to be entrusted exclusively to the 2 political branches. And what do we mean by that? What do we mean when we say Articles 1 and 2 are political? It means that the people are in power over Articles 1 and 2, but not in the long term over Article 3.
Date licensed before the USPTO.
Article 1 and Article 2
I have no idea.
Answering directly to the American people. And importantly, the American people...
I don't even know how you go about finding that out.
...fire us every 2, 4, or 6 years. But rather than honor the roles given to each branch, activist judges usurp the powers given to Articles 1 and 2, which Articles 1 and 2 were complicit in this overreach. Many years
Well, I can take a rough guess. Let's see. I would have been licensed in 2005, the summer of 2005.
Poisoning our politics more broadly.
So I'm going to say I was licensed...
is not healthy, and as was mentioned at the beginning of the hearing, it's at least good that this one got kicked off without a...
Let's say May the 1st.
...to be arrested and carried from the room. When Chairman Grassley tried to speak a couple years ago...
June the 1st.
It took like an hour...
So June the 1st of 2000...
That kind of nonsense, the theatrics that happen at these hearings are because of a broader problem.
I was licensed to practice before the USPTO.
Have sought to return the court to its historic role. The Supreme Court nomination process has been increasingly punctuated not just those theatrics, but also with lots of personal attacks. That's not what this process is supposed to be. This process is supposed to be a careful,
Name of federal jurisdiction, court,
to help the Senate make an informed decision
Court of Appeals
for a lifetime appointment.
for the Federal Circuit.
Supposed to be different, not because people act
When
like
was this license issued? I have no idea.
before us, nominated by the president, are potentially going to serve for a lifetime.
I don't know.
Office, as Supreme Court Justice, is incredibly important.
Was this license
It is
ever
also
inactive?
carefully
No.
circumscribed precisely because it's a lifetime.
When do I think I was admitted to the Court of Appeals for the Federal
It's
Circuit?
been a long time since this process has worked like that. Instead, this is often a staging ground for nasty,
Let's say
evidence-free personal attacks.
Maybe it's on this prior paperwork.
Started down this road of character assassination in the 1980s. With
No,
Judge
it wouldn't be on the prior paperwork because that was before I was admitted.
in disgusting theatrics.
Maybe the
ever
Patent Office one is, though. Hold on for the exact date.
was subjected to repeated accusations that were nothing more than unfiltered religious bigotry against her. The nominee before her was accused of serial rape, aided by members of this committee. If this process were conducted in good faith, Miguel Estrada and Janice Rogers Brown might well be on the Supreme Court today, but their opponents lied and bullied rather than accepted principled minority judges. We've gotten so used to this kind of bullying that 2 years ago, the current Senate Majority Leader stood on the steps of the United States Capitol and screamed threats against 2 sitting justices of the Supreme Court that they would, quote, reap the whirlwind if they ruled in a way that didn't align with Chuck Schumer's political preferences. That's weird. We should all be able to pause and say, that's weird. That kind of behavior shouldn't happen. This process is broken, but it's a product of a broader brokenness in the erosion of our constitutional structure. A lot of people are willing to take a sledgehammer to the structure if it offers them a quick political win. And it's
If I have to find character references,
ends justifies the means philosophy of our jobs, which are supposed to be jobs of public trust, our politics becomes uglier, more brutal, and more pathological. Well, we have an opportunity today to do something different, and we can demonstrate that the Congress can carry out its constitutional duty responsibly without a lot of that past ugliness. Judge Jackson has served for the last 9 months on the prestigious U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals for the D.C. Circuit, and before that, you spent 8 years on the D.C. District Court. She has a long record of public service. And
apparently I graduated May the 20th of 2007 with my degree. Wonder if that was an exact question.
Believes that she should have a lifetime seat on the Supreme Court, and it's the job of this body to evaluate that recommendation on its merits. So what should we be looking for? We should start with judicial philosophy. The Senate should have a good sense of the principles that will guide a nominee's decision-making on the bench. A robust
Didn't ask for an exact date for that one.
Can help us understand how, when faced with difficult or unprecedented decisions, as the court occasionally is, and I would just like to compliment Senator Coons a minute ago.
What a pain in the ass this all is.
Huge share of decisions that come out of the Supreme Court are actually 9-0. They just tend to not be the ones that make the headlines, but they're incredibly important. And the public trust that we need to restore in all 3 branches of government would be well served by us paying more attention to
those, 9-0 my discipline that I talked about. Have you ever been disciplined by a university?
That tend to generate the most
so the halogen desk lamp
occasions where judges have to
thing,
figure out what they do in
the way that Clemson, because I have the original letters from 2002 because I have all that stuff when I did the bar exam the first time.
It's incredibly important for a judge to tell
Clemson classified my halogen desk lamp. The formal charge was firearms, explosives, fireworks, and inflammables.
In the court and in the government more generally. Unfortunately, too many of the court's decisions do not rest on solid constitutional foundations and reliable legal reasoning. Justices have too often written decisions to claim partisan policy victories.
Firearms, explosives.
Legal reasoning or political decision-making to justify that ruling. Some of the most divisive cases in the court's recent history fit that bill. It's for that reason that, while we should all respect the Ginsburg rule,
what type of law am I moving into? I haven't decided yet.
Should not weigh in on hypothetical.
I'm still applying around.
Before the court. Nominees do, nonetheless, have a duty to be very clear about their judicial philosophy, their legal views, and their interpretive principles. The American people should not be asked to consent to any nominee who operates on principles that are obscure, confused, or concealed. That means that each of us has a job to do in these hearings. It is our job on the Senate Judiciary Committee to ask questions that help give the American people a clear view of the nominee. It's Judge Jackson's job.
All right, what date do we think I was licensed for appeal by the Federal Circuit?
Instructive hearing, a nominee
I could
will
call my
have given
parents and ask them to see if they can see on the original paperwork
constitutional structure,
the
what
exact
it does
dates.
and doesn't do, and the key pillars that support it.
Maybe later.
Fundamentally, the separation of powers and our carefully calibrated system.
Let's see. I probably was admitted to the Court of Appeals for the Federal Circuit.
Remember that a Supreme Court justice is not a lawmaker by another name. A Supreme Court justice performs a
I wonder if it's in my emails, because I've had this email account for so long.
Namely, to interpret and fairly apply the text of the law as written and as understood at the time it was adopted. A forthcoming nominee will make clear a commitment to uphold that purpose, which is the court's true purpose, not the purpose concocted for it by decades of political use, abuse, and overreach. A good nominee will show a commitment to the strict protection of enumerated rights, not the fabrication of unenumerated rights through contorted readings. An excellent nominee will offer a robust judicial philosophy that makes sound decisions more likely and more trusted by the public. Chairman, I look forward to hearing from Judge Jackson.
Well, I can filter this by time.
Ask Senator Blumenthal of Connecticut.
I can look between.
Good afternoon, Judge. Thank you for being here. Thank you to your family. And thank you to President Biden for his vision and wisdom
Let's say.
nominating you. First, on a personal note, for all of your extraordinary accomplishments and your immense
Two
qualities that are rare among powerful, accomplished people: kindness and humor. And you're obviously a good listener, because you're doing a lot of listening here today. As you've seen, we're likely to hear more than a few straw men today, worn talking points, imagined grievances, but this hearing really should be about you, not about us. Historic is a word often overused in this place where a lot of history is made, but today seems truly to merit it. Certainly, it is an inflection point, an inflection pinnacle. The appointment of a black woman to the United States Supreme Court, let's be very blunt, should have happened years ago. This day is a giant leap into the present for our country.
I'm just going to say it was December of 2004.
A black woman to the court means that your service will make the court look more like America. Hopefully, too,
add more.
Will make the court think more like America.
Name a federal jurisdiction. United States Supreme
to be here today, but
Court.
we know for sure
Date of licensure.
an important perspective, a unique perspective, to a court that deeply needs it. Representation matters for the legitimacy and credibility of our judicial system. Judges are the face and voice.
When was I licensed to practice before the U.S. Supreme Court?
Your courtroom or any other in this country look to the human being.
Wait, I got it.
Too often, our courts are isolated, seemingly sterile marble halls lacking emotional intelligence or sensitivity to the impact they have on people, a fact that you clearly and dramatically understand. What really knocked me over in our meeting was the fact that you discussed your job as a judge in terms of the people who are affected by your rulings, the people whose lives are touched by the justice system, whether as victims, as criminal defendants, or as people dealing with a personal or professional conflict. You will be the
This
first
would have been June.
on the court. You understand our justice system uniquely through the eyes of people.
Was it 2011? Was it that late?
They couldn't afford.
I guess it
their
was.
own lawyer, and you advocated for them. You will also bring to the court extraordinary intellect and character, as well as diverse personal and indeed professional experience. Your presence will ensure the court more fully understands the lives and experiences of everyday Americans. You grew up as the daughter of two public servants, public school
June
teachers
13th.
and administrators. You're the niece of uncles who have impressive law enforcement careers, including one as Miami's chief of police.
Yeah.
And you also have family members who have struggled, as do.
I was admitted to practice before the U.S. Supreme Court on June the 13th
And you've advocated for defendants
of 2011.
of serious crimes, as well as sentencing defendants who have been convicted of such crimes. You are an immensely devoted parent who has achieved eye-popping professional distinction. You've had a long career already as a distinguished jurist. In fact, you would bring more experience as a trial judge than any current justice on the Supreme Court. Now, I'd like to address directly the importance of your work as a public defender. I was a prosecutor and a law enforcement for a while, 4 years as U.S. Attorney and 20 years as Connecticut's Attorney General. And as a prosecutor, I know the system works best when there are good lawyers on both sides. My worst nightmare as a prosecutor was a defendant representing himself.
Foreign bar admissions. I am not admitted to any foreign court. So, no. Pending bar admissions.
Because
I do not have any pending application.
On the other side means more likely an error-free.
Past application registration submitted but not admitted.
I'd also like to address an
Have
issue
you ever
that
initiated the practice to filed an application but not? Yes.
Senator Graham. I'm likely to be followed by one or more colleagues who have raised allegations about your record that are simply unfounded in fact and indeed irresponsible.
Did I actually sign up for the first Ohio bar?
They're simply false. One of the first lessons that you learn as a prosecutor is never
No, I wasn't. I didn't.
evidence
Did I?
that you don't have. There is simply no evidence to support these unfounded attacks. In fact, a
I
commentary.
don't remember. Did I sign up to do the Ohio bar or not?
About those allegations, they are meritless to the point of demagoguery. Importantly, your record as a jurist also reveals impartiality. You're a proven unifier and a consensus builder, someone who can build bridges among colleagues, even
Yes, I did.
Not surprisingly, you've been confirmed.
Yes, I was. Yes, I did apply for the Ohio bar.
Glowing endorsements from former judges.
Yes, I have applied and not been licensed. Name of jurisdiction: Ohio. Date applied.
More than ever, it has become polarized, more politicized, more divided than at any point in our history. And it faces a crisis of legitimacy as a result. Dark money special interest groups have sought to radically reshape the court. Their recent selection of justices was to a remarkable degree outsourced to ideological groups with the express aim of remaking the court in the image of the far-right conservative movement. This court has signaled that it will continue to
Say July 2007.
precedents after disingenuously promising us, members of this committee, that it would respect those precedents. And instead, it threatens to adopt preferred policy views. I revere the United States Supreme Court. I clerked for a justice myself, Harry Blackmun. I've argued 4 times before the court. I'm deeply concerned that this court is careening toward a precipice that will gravely threaten its role in our history, that it is out of step with America, and that it is losing the trust and respect of the American people that are essential to its authority. Trust in the United States Supreme Court is at a new low. The Supreme
In
Court
connection with an application regardless of admission, we are required to appear at a hearing or inquiry.
depends
Yes.
on its credibility and the respect and trust of the American
Name of
people.
jurisdiction: Ohio.
My hope is that you will help
Date of inquiry: I don't know.
that you will
This would have
re-inspire
been probably
of the American people in the court.
March 2007, I guess.
As did my colleague, Senator Klobuchar, to Poland just a week ago. and I saw people fleeing bombs.
Was I licensed? No.
Destruction. People, mostly women and children, who wanted nothing more than the kinds of freedoms that we have in this country. We have an obligation to preserve them. And my hope is that your nomination will help us do so. Thank you. I look forward to your testimony.
Thank you, Senator Blumenthal. Senator Grassley just asked me what the plan is. The plan is to recognize 2 more senators and then take a 30-minute break for lunch. Is that okay, Judge? All right, we have Senator Hawley of Missouri.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Judge, congratulations on your nomination. It's nice to see you again. Congratulations to all of your family. I know that this is a big moment for you and for them, and rightly so. I enjoyed our meeting a couple of weeks ago. You know, as I've said to folks who've asked about it, one of the things I particularly appreciated about our meeting, besides how much time you gave me, was how candid and forthcoming you were, which I really respected. And I look forward to a candid conversation again in the days that come. And by the way, I'm admiring how you're sitting so stoically through all this senator talk. But I'm looking forward to visiting with you again. You did me the honor when we sat down of being very candid, and I hope I was candid with you. I've been candid since. I want to be candid with you today so you know exactly what it is I want to talk about, and so you know exactly where my head is at. So let me say a few things that I'm concerned about, aspects of your record that trouble me.
Have you ever been disciplined?
I've said it in public already, but I want to be, again, very candid in the
as a member of any profession.
And specific. So here are, I hope, in the next couple of days, some of the cases from your time on the court, the district court, the federal district court, that I hope that we can talk about. Let me just run through a few of them so you know exactly which ones I mean. United States versus Hawkins.
Has there been formal or informal charges filed against me? No.
Distributed multiple images of child porn, possessed dozens more, including videos. The federal sentencing guidelines recommended a sentence of 97 to 121 months in prison. Prosecutors recommended 24 months in prison. Judge Jackson gave the defendant 3 months in prison. United States versus Chazen. That case, the defendant possessed 48 files of child pornography. The federal guidelines recommended 78 to 97 months in prison. The prosecutor recommended the same. Judge Jackson sentenced him to 28 months. United States versus Cooper. There, the defendant possessed dozens of images of child pornography and distributed dozens of images of child pornography, possessed over 600. The federal guidelines recommended 151 to 188 months in prison. That's a long time. The prosecutor recommended 72 months. Judge Jackson gave the defendant 60 months, which was the lowest sentence permitted by the law. United States versus Down, that's a case where the defendant distributed 33 graphic images and videos of child sexual assault to an anonymous messaging app, unfortunately a practice that's becoming more common. The federal guidelines...
Oh, why the long face? Oh, well, when you start discussing CP, it gets my attention real fast.
Recommended 70 months in prison. Judge Jackson sentenced him to only 60 months. Again, that's the lowest level that was permitted by law in that case. United States versus Stewart. The defendant there distributed scores of images of children suffering sexual abuse. The guidelines recommended 97 to 121 months in prison. The prosecutor recommended 97 months in prison. Judge Jackson gave him 57 months. In United States versus Sears, the defendant distributed over 100 videos of child pornography. The guidelines recommended 97 to 121 months in prison. The prosecutor recommended 97 months in prison. Judge Jackson gave him 71 months. In United States versus Savage, the defendant was convicted of traveling across state lines to engage in sexual intercourse with a child and also possessed 6 separate thumb drives. The guidelines recommended 46 to 57 months in prison. The prosecutor recommended 49 months in prison. Judge Jackson sentenced him to 37 months in prison. Now, those are 7 cases that represent, as near as we can tell, all of Judge Jackson's cases dealing with child pornography from her time on the district court, in which she had some discretion to hand down a sentence. There's some other cases in which she didn't have any discretion. The law bound the sentence that she had to give. And what concerns me, and I've been very candid about this, is that in every case, in each of these 7, Judge Jackson handed down a lenient sentence that was below what the federal guidelines recommended and below what prosecutors requested. And so I think there's a lot to talk about there, and I look forward to talking about it. Now, I will note that some have said that the federal sentencing guidelines are too harsh on child sex crimes, especially child pornography. I've heard that argument a lot in recent days. The chairman quoted someone earlier today who takes that point of view. I'll just be honest, I can't say that I agree with that. I mean, the amount of child pornography in circulation has absolutely exploded in recent years. Here's a New York Times report from 2019.
Yeah, so obviously my question is why the departure, right? So, because I don't know, right? And maybe more information will come out. Maybe it's justified in every case. I don't know.
The report goes on
without getting into the details of every single case, why the departure, I don't know.
10 years
but
ago,
I presumably when we get into question time, she's going to be asked about this and going to have to go into some detail about why those departures were warranted. And we can determine whether or not those departures were warranted.
85 million files of child pornography in 2021. Of course, this committee has heard testimony.
I mean, 7 downward departures that are pretty significant sounds like a lot. If that's every case dealing with CP that she had discretion in, and she was downward departing that much in all of them, it suggests a pattern. So I have the same question, like why?
Or outmoded, or that we should be.
Maybe there's a good reason.
Child porn offenders.
Maybe there's not.
Than the guidelines recommend. But I want to be clear about this: that those arguments that I've just been rehearsing, those who say that, that's not what Judge Jackson has said. She hasn't had the chance yet to respond to this, and she deserves that chance. So others have made these arguments. I don't agree with them, but I think it's important we hear from Judge Jackson, and we'll have the chance to in coming days. And I think, again, the candor that Judge Jackson has shown previously, I look forward to, and she deserves the ability to speak for herself.
Yeah, fair enough. Why did you downward depart? That's a perfectly reasonable question to which there may be perfectly reasonable answers.
Questions ahead of the hearing. Why not wait until the hearing and spring them on Judge Jackson, as it were? And my answer to that is very simple. I'm not interested in trapping Judge Jackson. I'm not interested in trying to play gotcha. I'm interested in her answers, because I found in our time together that she was enormously thoughtful, enormously accomplished, and I suspect has a coherent view, an explanation, and a set of way of thinking about this that I look forward to hearing. And I think she deserves the chance to talk about it. I think the American people deserve the chance to hear her answers. So they're my concerns, Judge. They're the cases. I imagine there'll be others that we can talk about on other subjects, but I'd like to talk about those. So you know exactly where I'm coming from. Thanks again for giving me the time a few weeks ago. Congratulations again. I look forward to finally hearing from you tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Hawley. Certainly the judge deserves to be heard on that type of a charge. Senator Corona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Judge Jackson, aloha to you and your family and all of your friends. I also note that there are members of the U.S. House here to support you, as well as members
Free Ukraine says, Kurt, the problem is that there are people who get lengthy sentences for just having pictures. Those actually assault who get far less time. That's the problem. Yeah, so if you want to argue that if the basis of your argument is that the sentences are disproportionate, and so you'd disagree with the sentencing guidelines, maybe that's a rational answer. I don't know if that's her answer, but we'll see.
You have undergraduate and law degrees from Harvard, each with honors. 3 clerkships in federal court, including...
Cecilia says it's 7 cases. Yeah, the way Holly described it, it appears to be every case involving CP that she had discretion in. So those are all the cases.
And appellate levels, both
and 7 is enough to be enough to ask a question about, I think.
Commission, including as vice chair. 9 years as a federal judge, first in the D.C. District Court and currently in the D.C. Circuit Court. And now you've been nominated to the United States Supreme Court.
All right, I'm going back to my application.
Your record and getting to know you over the past few weeks. And now the American people will get to know you over the course of this week. Beyond your impressive credentials, here are a few other things I want the American people to know. You were born in Washington, D.C. to 2 public school teachers. You moved to Miami, Florida at a young age, so your dad could go to law school. And you were inspired to pursue a career in law by watching your dad study for his law classes at the kitchen table. You first considered attending Harvard, a thought that hadn't previously entered your mind, after attending a speech and debate competition on the Harvard campus. during high
Oh
school.
my God, this is a fun part. Help me.
You've been
Beginning
confirmed
with your
3
current or
times
most
in the Senate,
recent
all on a
employment.
bipartisan basis.
List
First,
all
and later,
non-law related employment
and the DC.
you have held for any period of
You're
time
the second generation
since your 18th birthday or during the last 10 years, whichever is shorter. Well, thank God for that, because the last 10 years, I've had the same job. So the only thing would be, I guess I'll report my YouTube channel.
Your life and your career have more than prepared you to serve on our nation's highest court.
I guess it's self-employment.
It is no surprise that there is broad consensus across
Name of
the
an employer.
spectrum that you are an eminently qualified and fair person to serve on the Supreme Court. As former Fourth Circuit Judge Michael Luddick, a George H.W. Bush appointee, said, you are, quote, as highly credentialed and experienced in the law as any nominee in history, end quote.
And DC, I think, requires you to give everything since 18. They don't even have the 10-year thing.
Judge Jackson is a
Email
highly
address of supervisor or person who can verify your employment.
of the legal field for decades and will serve our
I guess I'll
nation
give my
well
parents' email address. That'll be fun.
to serve on the U.S. Supreme Court.
Says I can't give myself, but it doesn't say I can't give a relative.
From across the country said, quote, Judge Jackson brings a depth of character, public service, and judicial service that leads to but one conclusion. She is eminently qualified to serve on the Supreme Court of the United States, end quote. You are an accomplished jurist, having issued nearly 600 opinions that demonstrate a clear, even-handed approach to the law. You have sided with workers, with employers, for and against the government, for prosecutors, and for criminal defendants. Former D.C. Circuit Judge Thomas Griffith, a George W. Bush appointee, summed it up best when he said, you, Judge Jackson,
July the 13th of 2017, we'll say.
based on the facts and the law and not as a partisan, end quote. Having reviewed your record, I strongly agree with this statement. But you are not just extremely qualified to serve as a Supreme Court. Your nomination is, of course, an historic one. The Supreme Court has existed for over 233 years. And of the 115 justices in the history of the Supreme Court, only 5 of them have been women, only 2 have been black, and not a single one has been a black woman. This is a court that has decided cases that have had sweeping effects on everyday life, as a number of my colleagues have pointed out, including decisions that have solidified rights for the LGBTQ plus community.
Do I have legal employment to disclose?
That have strengthened unions and more. But this is also the same court.
I don't really understand the question.
Of history upheld slavery, Jim Crow laws, and the unlawful internment of Japanese Americans. For over 233 years, the individual making decisions that have altered the course of this country have almost exclusively been white men.
Yes.
It's pretty remarkable when you consider the power that this court has and the historical lack of diversity of the people who exercise that power, the justices. But instead of celebrating the long overdue diversity Judge Jackson would bring to the court, some of my Republican colleagues and public figures have attempted to undermine your qualifications through their pejorative use of the term affirmative action. And they have implied you were solely nominated due to your race and not for other factors. Apparently, some have even claimed that you need to show your LSAT scores.
That's stupid.
To determine whether you are a top
Yeah, show me your LSAT scores might be the stupidest thing I ever heard.
And condescending. Let me be clear. Your nomination is not about filling a quota. It is about time. It's about time that we have a highly qualified, highly accomplished black woman on the Supreme Court. It's about time our highest court better reflects the country it serves. It's about time that black women and girls across the country can finally see themselves who look like them sitting on the highest court, making decisions.
So it's about a
that will
quota.
impact their lives. and they will know that it is possible for them to do the same. One cannot overstate the importance of representation. Your experiences and your background as a trial judge, public defender, a mother, a Black woman, and so much more provide you with a uniquely different perspective than any of the 8 other justices on the court. Like your mentor, Justice Breyer, I know you will engage with the other justices, both liberal and conservative. You are a consensus builder to share their perspectives, challenge their views, and shape the court's direction for the better. With the personal and professional diversity you bring, you will expand the experience and knowledge of the Supreme Court, and the decisions the court makes will be better as a result. Before I end, I also wanted to mention, I was so glad to hear you reference Constance Baker Motley during your introductory press conference at the White House. Constance Baker Motley was an icon of the civil rights movement. As a lawyer for the NAACP Legal Defense Fund, she helped craft the argument in Brown v. Board of Education that finally put an end to separate but equal. She was the first Black woman to argue before the Supreme Court, ultimately arguing 10 cases before the court and winning 9, including the case that allowed James Meredith to enroll at the University of Mississippi. She became the first Black woman appointed as a federal judge, serving on the Southern District of New York for 20 years. And in a world free from discrimination, she may have been the first Black woman to sit on the Supreme Court some 50 years ago. As you said at your press conference, you stand on Judge Motley's shoulders. I have no doubt there will be a generation of young girls who will stand on yours. I also have no doubt that you will respond forcefully to some of the allegations that have been lodged against you, Judge Jackson. I congratulate you and your family on this historic nomination.
Have I served in the armed forces? No, I have not.
Mahalo and aloha.
How am I doing? Am I almost done with this thing?
Now we're going to break and return at 2:05 when you will hear this, and we're back in business. In the meantime, thank my colleagues, and I particularly thank the judge for her patience.
And with that, the chairman of...
Hold on. Hold on, talk amongst yourselves for a second. All right, so I'll keep it on in the background that we've heard the introductions. Yeah. So yeah, the will to live as I fill out the forms continues to pass. Again, it's the worst part of the bar exam. It's just the filling out the forms. It's like, this is why I only do this like once every 15 years. And then if I want to get admitted to DC, I have to actually fill out their form, which is a pretty good reason not to do it. So what do you guys want to talk about while we're on break? Because I'm not doing forms. I'm taking a break. And I knew there's a reason I saved all this paperwork. Saved this paperwork for 15 years. Can't I waive in without taking the bar exam? Sadly, no. Unfortunately, not. Can I fix my titles? Yes, I can. Thank you. Thank you. A fuzzy creature says, why are you applying to the DC bar? Do you know you don't want to live up here? Well, the idea would be that DC doesn't require continuing legal education, so it's just like an active license I can keep that just kind of sits there and just exists. This doesn't sound like a good reason to apply, though, does it? Not really. Yeah. Is filling out the form as part of the bar exam as they use your ability to actually fill it out as a measure of your commitment? Maybe that's what's going on. Let's talk about the car extended warranty. That'd be good. Let's not talk about the car's extended warranty. I was doing some more bar exam prep questions this morning. I was doing pretty well. I think I'm up to like 61 or 62% now on the whole. Can I explain downward departure and the consequences to a judge? Yes, I can. All right. So in the federal system and many state systems for that matter, when you are convicted of a crime, there are sentencing guidelines that suggest how long you should be sentenced for. So the first thing obviously is the statute, right? So the statute will set the minimum and maximum amount of penalty, and obviously that's the range, right? The statute sets the absolute outer bounds. So the guidelines obviously can't supersede the statute. So the first thing is, you start with the statute and what does it allow for. So it might allow for whatever. All right. Then once you're convicted, there's a sentencing guidelines, and these are universal for all crimes, right? So they calculate how bad this crime is, and there's ways to calculate that. Like different kinds of offenses have different base levels of bad. So like the offense itself produces a baseline number, and then you get things on top of that depending on other factors, right? So like if it's a crime that involves corruption of an office or something, that might be an additional penalty on top of whatever in terms of the guidelines range, right? So they determine how bad this particular crime is, and then they determine how bad you have been in the past. What's your criminal history score? So based on your criminal history score, which is how bad you are in the past, and the offense level, which is how bad this particular crime is, it puts you into a little box grid, right? It puts you into a little box grid in which supplies a range. And so the range will be, whatever it happens to be. It'll be, 60 to 72 months or whatever the number is, right? And so those used to be mandatory in the federal system. Quite a number of years ago at this point, and thank God for this in my view, the Supreme Court said that they're not mandatory. They're just merely advisory. But they're very strongly advisory. So to go outside of the range. So you can pick any number. You can pick any number inside the range. So if it's 60 to 72 months, for example, in the range, I can pick any number between 60 and 72, and I don't have to justify my choice, right? So because that's the guideline range. So I can just pick any number with there, and I don't have to justify my choice. If I want to go outside that range, obviously I can't go further than the statute will let me in terms of going up or going down. So there's an upward departure where I'm going to sentence you to more time, or a downward departure where I'm going to sentence you to less time. And either way, I have to justify my choice based on the aggravating and mitigating factors would be the most typical, right? This crime is worse than the normal crime because of these reasons. This crime is not as bad as the normal crime because of these reasons, right? And justify my choice about why I'm making the particular things I do. So that's an upward or downward departure. You go from the sentencing guidelines and see, like, I don't like those guidelines, I want to do something else. So it seems this judge routinely went below the guidelines, in some cases by quite a lot, which means by necessity she has to justify her choices. So then the question becomes, how well reasoned are her justifications? And then you go from there. Thought if there's penumbras on the Second Amendment. I don't believe in penumbras, period. So I'm going to go with no. But that's what they're talking about. Free Ukraine says, I have to take continuing education credits for my engineering licensure. It's a pain in the ass, a money shakedown. I feel about the same for continuing legal education. I feel about the same. Downward departure can be sentencing as well as conviction. If there's lesser included, possibly, but that's rare. What about statutory minimums? As I said, right? As I said, you can't go beyond the statute. So the guidelines don't supersede the statute. So whatever the statute says for mandatory minimums or otherwise is you can't go beyond that. So if the statute says, you know, a minimum of 36 months and the guidelines is 60 to 72, you know, well, no matter what I do, I can't go below 36 because that's the statutory minimum. Statute, I can't go below the statute. So, yeah. Can we watch you play Raid Shadow Legends? Maybe. Would watching your legal education count as CE for other lawyers? I tell you what, man, I should just be getting all the continuing education credit forever at this point. And so should everyone else on LawTube, and we should all be getting continuing education credit from each other. But the thing is, we'd actually have to, like, you know, apply for it, and we don't want to. Because the juice isn't worth the squeeze. The juice isn't worth the squeeze, right? So we press on with the really boring CLEs, which I still have to take, because I can't be bothered to fill out the paperwork because I don't want to have to. I don't have to fill out the paperwork, and also I don't want to have to try to justify to the Supreme Court of Virginia that yes, this is really legal education, and they'll be like, no, it's not, and I'd be like, F you. So it's just easier just to do the already approved stuff because it's just too much of a pain in the ass. It is just too much a pain in the ass for a one-off. Sackiness says it's not about race. It's about it's about time we nominate a woman from this race. It's cute. What's a viable alternative to the state of continuing education? Well, not would be great. I mean, DC doesn't require continuing education, as I was mentioning. So just like, how about just not? Not would be good. One would hope that the practice itself would, by necessity, be a continuing education, right? You're always learning things, presumably, just by doing the practice of it, right? It's like, why do I need to do these formalized things where I'm not going to pay attention? Just like, give me a coffee and let me know when it's over. All right, I have to use the restroom briefly. I will be right back. Talk amongst yourselves. They're talking amongst themselves. Everyone talk amongst yourselves. We filled out some of the form on the form on the bar. We got more to go, though. We got more to go. Do you have to appear in person at some point during the bar process? It's possible. It's possible. It depends. The most probable way for me to appear in person is for character and fitness. I don't know how Texas does it. And in Ohio, I believe it was mandatory for everybody. So you had to appear in person. I don't know if, you know, if they want to meet me in person, but yeah, it's possible they want to meet me in person for a character and fitness review because they want me to talk about my halogen desk lamp and fire safety. And I look at that bit about this, by the way, happened in Ohio. This happened. I went to I shit you not. I went to the character and fitness review and they started asking me questions about my halogen desk lamp. And I'm like, you guys have got to be kidding. You cannot be serious. You want to ask me questions about the time I was disciplined in college because I had a 5-watt halogen desk lamp and the university bans all halogen lamps, and I had to attend a class on fire safety, and I had to produce a poster, I shit you not, a poster to be hung up in the dorm that says that halogen lamps come in many different forms. This is a thing that happened. I'm not making this up. It's as stupid as it sounds. And now you want me to talk about it as a part of my character and fitness review? Are you guys serious right now? Apparently the answer to that question was yes. Apparently, yes, we are serious. We want to ask you about the halogen desk lamp. And I'm sitting over here like, you got to be out of your mind. Halogen desk lamp. Oh yeah, which is listed by the university as a firearm and explosives hazard. It's little like baby lamp, like a little banker's lamp, you know, the kind with the arm is like a little kind of a round disc thing at the end. The little bulb in there is probably like all 5 watts or something. Halogen lamps come in many different forms. But I knew it was banned. I didn't know it was banned. Why would I know? Why would I know that having this small little desk lamp is banned? Why would I know that? I know now. So yes, the Texas bar might want me to come and tell them about the halogen desk lamp. And if they do, the first time when I was a law student, I was kind of nervous about it. This time, if they ask me about the desk lamp, I might just be like, you guys cannot be serious. You got to have better things to do with your time than ask me about this 5-watt halogen desk lamp that I used for, reading papers. Was it in writing somewhere? Sure. I mean, it was in the housing code. It's just not something that came to my particular attention. Why would I think that'd be a problem? I didn't check the housing code on that one. So, yeah. This reminds me, it reminds me of a Mitch Hedberg joke where he says, like, I had to take a health form in order to give the stand-up, but I don't like it because they ask really confusing questions. Like, have you ever tried sugar or PCP? And that's about how I feel about this, right? It's like, have you ever had a firearm or a halogen desk lamp? I feel like these are not really the same thing, but yeah. All right, I'm going to use the restroom while you guys are, amusing yourself over my scofflawness in my halogen desk lamp days. Yeah, I'm a bad boy of law, man. I'm a bad boy. Don't let your daughters go out with me, man. I'm a bad boy. Halogen desk lamps. Kurt needs to let things go. A fuzzy creature, the only reason we're discussing this is because it's part of my bar exam questions, or it's part of my bar application. The reason we're discussing this entire thing is because on my bar application, I have to say whether or not I've ever been I've been expelled, suspended, disciplined, blah, 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 by any university for any reason. And so we're discussing my reason. The answer is yes, and why. This is the reason why. This halogen desk lamp from 2002 continues to haunt me, man. Mistakes of the past.
I welcome Judge Jackson and her family, and I congratulate her on her nomination. This is an important occasion. The administration is waging a war on the rule of law, the separation of powers, and the Constitution. The lawlessness of the administration highlights the importance of judges.
Come on.
Who faithfully apply the law. To understand
there we go.
The ongoing power grab, let's consider President Biden's failed nominee to lead the Departments of Justice, ATF. The man he nominated can only be described as an anti-gun zealot. Thanks to the courage of some of my Democratic colleagues, that nominee was withdrawn. But it's disturbing that the president was ever willing to nominate someone who planned to shred the Second Amendment and ban virtually every modern hunting rifle in America. Just a few weeks ago, the Biden administration tried to twist the authority of the Occupational Safety and Health Administration, a relatively obscure agency designed to regulate things like ladder safety on construction sites, and use it as a weapon to force virtually every American to choose between getting vaccinated or losing their livelihood. Thankfully, the Supreme Court struck down that unlawful power grab. Or look at the southern border, where Joe Biden and his Secretary of Homeland Security steadfastly refused to enforce our laws. As a result, 2 million illegal aliens streamed across our borders just last year. And less than 6 months ago, the Attorney General of the United States, himself a former judge, ordered that federal prosecutors, the FBI, and even the National Security Division of the Department of Justice be mobilized against parents who dared question the entrenched teachers' unions who are poisoning their children with racist vitriol known as critical race theory. As Justice Scalia was fond of saying, every banana republic has a Bill of Rights, but it's nothing more than a parchment barrier without free and fair elections, without separated powers, without the rule of law, and without an independent judiciary to uphold it all. Perhaps recognizing what Justice Scalia meant, the progressive left is not just threatening the rights of Americans, but our very system of constitutional government. Those on the left, including some of my colleagues here in the Senate, including on this committee, want to pack the Supreme Court. I would hope that anyone nominated to the court would have no problem echoing the words of Justice Ginsburg and Justice Breyer. Both of these liberal lions have said that expanding the Supreme Court to achieve favored legal and political outcomes is a dangerous idea, and that the court should have 9 justices and no more. But for some, political outcomes on the court are exactly their goal. The Democratic leader, Senator Schumer, stood on the steps of the Supreme Court almost exactly 2 years ago and yelled at specific justices, quote, "You have unleashed the whirlwind and you will pay the price," and added, quote, "You won't know what hits you."
Should we go back to the application?
Decisions, end quote. The Chief Justice rightly condemned these words. Again, I hope any nominee to the court would be comfortable.
If there's a space for an addendum, maybe I'll just include like a photocopy of my middle finger. That'd be good.
The Supreme Court is not the only constitutional limit on power that the left would like to destroy. The Associate Attorney General of the United States has
I wonder if Judge Jackson had a halogen desk lamp.
American and every single institution in this country are inherently racist, and that the very concepts of the rule of law and equal justice for all are actually, quote, code words. That's what she said, code words for some kind of twisted, secret racism. These threats to the rule of law are not merely theoretical. We are witnessing a breakdown of society. There are many Americans who no longer feel safe today. Parents are scared to walk down the streets that used to be free from crime. In 2020, anarchists, rioters, and left-wing street militias raged across the country, and murders increased at the fastest rate in history. And in the first year of the Biden administration, violent crime got even worse. It's no coincidence that this violence came as localities and states pushed to defund the police and reduce the punishment for criminals.
Nathan says you're not sure why you're listening to my stream because you want to support me as an independent creator. And the reason that you're listening to this presumably at all is to try to learn something about the nominee, but at this point we're learning more about the senators
more sympathy for
than the nominee.
And for the victims are a big part of the problem. The Biden administration is committed to these soft-on-crime policies, like ending cash bail to create a catch-and-release system for violent criminals. Progressive Soros prosecutors who are supported by the Biden administration have nullified...
Can Halogen Gate prevent you from acquiring your ability to practice law in Texas?
System from within.
Hopefully not.
The consequences are obvious. Skyrocketing violent crime, emboldened gangs, and drug overdoses reaching numbers never before seen in American history. If Judge Jackson is confirmed, her decisions will have a direct impact on the safety of the American people.
All right, back to the forum and me losing the will to live. Let's carry on.
Because the best predictor of future performance is past performance. That brings us to today. We're asked to determine whether the President's nominee to the Supreme Court is able and willing to meet these vital challenges. I enjoyed meeting with Judge Jackson last week in my office. We had a good conversation, and over the next few days, I'll have many more questions. Let's be clear about this. The confirmation hearing is not a test of how well nominees can filibuster or how many questions they can avoid answering. It's true that there is a tradition of avoiding any stances on how one might rule in specific cases if confirmed, and there's good reason for that. But that's not a license to refuse to discuss one's views of the law, how one would go about conducting legal interpretation, or one's philosophy as a judge. Judge Jackson isn't nominated to be a district judge or a circuit judge this time around, so it is not enough to say that she will approach things with integrity and fairness and faithfully apply precedents set by higher courts. Just as you wouldn't hire a teacher who refused to say anything about their teaching philosophy other than that they would look at the curriculum and appropriately teach the students, it's not enough to say only that one would look at the facts and arguments in the case and fairly apply the law. That wouldn't tell us anything about how one plans to do the job, how one interprets the law, how one understands our Constitution. It's no secret that I voted against Judge Jackson's nomination to the Circuit Court last year, but I want to give her the opportunity to show why I should vote for her this time. So I want to be clear about what would convince me to support any Supreme Court nominee. I'm looking for a justice who will uphold the Constitution, not use it to invent new so-called rights. I'm looking for a justice who understands that the Constitution means what it says and does not mean what it doesn't say. Someone who understands that it is not up to 9 unaccountable, unelected politicians in black robes to decide some new evolving meaning of the Constitution based on public opinion polling or views of the legal elite. I'm looking for a justice who realizes that a so-called living Constitution really means that the Constitution is dead. Instead, we should have an enduring Constitution, as Justice Scalia contended. I'm looking for a justice who understands that there is a process for updating the Constitution, and that process is by amending the Constitution. I will not support anyone who seeks to rewrite the Constitution from the bench, rather than through our constitutional amendment process. I'm looking for a justice who understands that nobody is above the law and will not coddle criminals or put illegal aliens ahead of American citizens. I'm looking for a justice who will protect the right to life.
Have I ever been convicted of any offense? No.
Lobby, creating whole new swaths of law out of whole cloth. I'm looking for a justice who will make decisions based on the law, not based on their personal experiences or preferences, not on empathy, not on desired political outcomes, but on the law and the Constitution. If Judge Jackson is confirmed, her job will be simple: leave the legislating to Congress and to elected, accountable office holders in our states and our municipalities. Zealously protect the separation of powers and don't overturn laws unless they violate the Constitution. I look forward to these hearings. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Cotton. Senator Booker of New Jersey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Judge, Your Honor, it's very good to see you. Forgive me, when you were in my office, you were focused on the hearings and a lot of the substance and had such great questions. I could not stop being just joyous that you were sitting in my office.
Oh, it's Booker? Oh, Lord.
The historical nature of this. Forgive me, I grew up in a small black church where I was taught to make a joyous noise unto the Lord. And this is not a day for America. We have never had this moment before. And I just want to talk about the joy. I know tomorrow in the coming hearings we're going to have tough, hard questions, but please let me just acknowledge the fact that this is not normal. It's never happened before. The Senate is poised right now to break another barrier. We are on the precipice of shattering another ceiling, another glass ceiling. It's a sign that we as a country are continuing to rise to our collective cherished highest ideals. I just feel this sense of overwhelming joy as I see you sitting there, as I see your family sitting behind you. You know, the greatness of America is that these imperfect geniuses at our founding founded a nation different than any before in human history. It wasn't because we all prayed the same or looked the same. They put forth in a constitution the best hopes for humanity. And the story of America, I think, is a testimony to this world of what diverse people can achieve. It's been said by so many of my colleagues about the fact that we have had 115 Supreme Court justices, and we shouldn't diminish the accomplishments of mostly these 108 white men. They were extraordinary patriots who helped shape this country. But now we are seeing, to the highest court in our land, a hopeful day like this, that so many of the people, so much of the rich talent of our nation who could not scarcely ever dream of sitting on the Supreme Court, now we are showing that we will indeed go deep into the waters of our nation and pull forth the best talent. Extraordinary legal talent comes from all backgrounds. I know that in our nation, for the 200 plus years of our history, there have been extraordinarily talented black people, men and women, Muslim men and women from the founding of our nation. We've seen extraordinary indigenous men and women, all who probably could have added to the greatness of our courts, but they were denied that opportunity. I believe we say these words, justice for all, but there are many of people who feel those words have been diminished by the lack of representation, the lack of avenues for talented people to ascend to our courts. But fortunately, thanks to the sacrifices of all Americans, people on both sides of the political aisle, we have begun to see more and more diverse Americans slowly get on to our federal courts. My family celebrated that. I was born in 1969, the year that President Johnson nominated Thurgood Marshall, the first African American to serve on the Supreme Court. It shook the wonderful foundations of our nations, and he became a symbol to all of us, black and white, of what a Supreme Court justice can be. And then Ronald Reagan, 1981, roughly 200 plus years since the founding of our nation, put Justice Sandra Day O'Connor. That was not a normal moment. It was a moment to rejoice. And now we've seen President Obama put Justice Sonia Sotomayor, the first Hispanic, on the court. And what I'm seeing in this Congress, my colleagues and I, doing is we are opening the doors of diverse talent to our federal courts in ways we've never seen before. Think about this. President Biden has nominated the first ever Article III Muslim judge to our federal courts. He nominated the first openly LGBTQ woman to serve on our federal courts. He nominated Native American and Asian American candidates who have appeared before this committee, incredibly talented individuals worthy of their positions, now act in roles to the benefit of our whole nation. They herald the truth of who we are as a country, an inclusive, multicultural nation that shows the world the promise of a true democracy. In all, over 2/3 of the confirmed judges under the Biden administration have come from groups who historically have not been represented on our federal courts. So for those reasons and more, today to me is a day of joy. I cannot tell you how happy I am. Today we should rejoice because President Biden nominated someone that we've heard to be the 116th Associate Judge of the Supreme Court, who is extraordinarily talented and who also happens to be a black woman, something we've never seen before. Judge Jackson's nomination breaks an artificially confining mold of our past and opens up a more promising, potential-filled future for us all as Americans. It signals that this nation will draw more deeply from all of our talent and genius that will benefit all Americans. This is the America that most of our families speak of from all our diverse backgrounds, an America where anybody can achieve anything, not because of the color of their skin, but because of the content of their character. And God, I can't wait for America to find out more about your character. When the next generation behind us looks at the highest courts in the land, this ideal will be made more real in even just the faces of the nine. You bring this wealth of experience that's exciting to me. You've seen so many parts of our legal system. But I just want to talk about your role as a public defender because that too is unprecedented. I have a friend that just was at the prayer breakfast here in Congress, Brian Stevenson. He has this saying, he says, we have a justice system that treats you better if you're rich and guilty than if you're poor and innocent. I'm not sure if most Americans know that 80% of those who go before our nation's criminal courts can't afford an attorney. To this end, a public defender should be looked at as one of the most honorable roles within our judicial system, and yet we have never had a public defender or anyone who served as a public defender on our highest court. And it, unfortunately, is very lacking amongst all federal judges. You wrote, Judge, that the role of the public defender made you a better judge. You said it gave you a chance to, quote, help people in need and to promote core constitutional values. Well, the Sixth Amendment right to the assistance of counsel is guaranteed regardless of wealth and despite the nature of the accusations. I honor that more than you know as someone who started in legal clinics at Yale. I had my empathy expanded. I had my understanding of the struggles of my fellow Americans in ways that shaped my entire professional career. I love the fact that you have been a bridge builder in so many ways. You have the support of Republican-appointed judges and Democratic-appointed judges. Heck, you were confirmed by the Senate in a bipartisan manner 3 times. I love the fact that you have the support of civil rights lawyers and our largest police organizations like the FOP. It is a testimony to what this nation needs more of. People that will find ways not to accentuate the lines that divide, but try to find more ties that bind us together. Let me go one note more personal. Back to you sitting in my office. I can't tell you how before our meeting, how many people reached out to me with very emotional moments. You know, my mom's deltas. I heard from many Lynx sisters. I cannot tell you what it meant to me. So when you came to my office, rarely, I was a little kind of nervous even.
Really?
And then you started talking about your family and your parents. I want to tell your parents, you and I have something in common. We're both around the same age. Both of our parents graduated from HBCUs. My dad, Mr. Brown, Dr. Brown, is also an Eagle. He went to North Carolina Central just like you. And they came to D.C. My mom worked in the D.C. public schools, Mr. Brown, just like you. And your story, the more you talked, Americans from all backgrounds know what it is to be underestimated and
Are
looked
you
down
or someone else in the house making popcorn? What is that noise? I think the noise in question you're referring to is me typing on the keyboard
You were a mom.
as I fill out my application for the Texas Board of Law Examiner so I can take the bar.
Can relate to that. The more you spoke about
It's a nice mechanical keyboard in case you care about such things.
American story that folks from all backgrounds can relate to. But there's something that really moved me. Behind you and your family is your daughter, Layla. And when she was 11 years old, I love this, she wrote a letter to President Obama urging him to nominate her mother, you, to the United States Supreme Court. Wow. And in that letter, her recommendation put forward that you, Judge Jackson, would be, quote, a great Supreme Court justice. I suspect after these proceedings, and please God,
My keyboard is impressively loud.
after your confirmation of the Supreme Court, something new will happen in America. That letter from your daughter will not be exceptional. Generations of little young girls and generations of little young boys, no matter who their parents are, will have the audacity to write the President of the United States, whether they're daughters of white parents or black parents or biracial parents or Muslim.
Within 10 years, have I been a party to any civil suit or proceeding?
We're going to see a new generation of children talking about their mamas. President of the United States of America.
No, I don't think so.
That my mom should be on the Supreme Court. Well, I want to tell your daughter right now that dream of hers is so close to being a reality. Some tough days ahead, but I think it could happen. And your grandparents' generation, literally this week back in 1965, when my parents were in Washington, D.C.
What is this?
And that week, there was a man named Martin Luther King who began on this day a march from Selma to Montgomery. And when he finally made it on the 25th of March, he talked to people who were losing faith in America that we can be who we say we are. And he says, for those folks, how long will we have to wait? Not long, because the arc of the moral universe is long and it bends towards justice. Well, today, America is witnessing the literal bending of the arc and the conducting of one of the most sacred ideals of this country, justice for all. I think more people at the end of these hearings and after a Senate vote, more people will believe that we can be the nation we say we are when we put our hand on our heart. Indeed, I think you and your family are giving a lot more people faith that we will achieve a nation of liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Oh, Lord, that was the most painful one yet.
Of Louisiana.
Hello, hello, Judge. If you are a lawyer or an American, I guess it doesn't get any bigger or better than this. Congratulations. In addition to honoring the wonderful state of Minnesota, and unless you correct me, I am going to assume that your purple attire is also meant to honor LSU in my state. And if I squint real hard, I might call it Marion blue, the colors of my Southern University in Louisiana. I want to compliment you and the Biden White House for selecting Senator Doug Jones to advise you. Senator Jones knows the Senate, and the Senate knows Senator Jones. And we know him to be quite the intellect, but more important, we know him to be a person of good judgment and goodwill. And I'm glad that you've been listening to him. I hope we will be able to use this hearing today to talk about, if not implicitly, at
Am I
least
done yet?
implicitly, two subjects. The first is the legitimacy of the United States Supreme Court. Where does the court get its legitimacy? What can we do to enhance it?
We're done.
Judicial legitimacy is important. I don't need to tell you that. I'm rather fond of the Constitution.
I think I might be done. Oh, thank God.
When members of the United States Supreme Court interpret it, I want the American people to believe them. I want the American people to say, well, I may not agree, but the men and women who made that decision are intellectually honest and people of good faith. One of the primary roles of the United States Supreme Court is to uphold the rule of law. And sometimes justices have to uphold the rule of law when it's not popular. Sometimes justices have to uphold the rule of law when it's not
you want my law school application?
the majority of Americans. Boy, that's tough. It's also important. Sometimes, not generally, but sometimes the majority can mean that just all the fools are on the same side.
What is this?
And that's what the court's there for. And I'm rather fond of the Bill of Rights, too, and I know you are as well. I've never believed that the Bill of Rights was there for the high school quarterback or the prom queen. They're covered by it. But the Bill of Rights is there to protect the rights of people who don't see the world exactly like everybody else, or who don't look exactly like everybody else. Now, unfortunately, through history, we have had people, some who tried to delegitimize the Supreme Court.
Do a handwriting sample, JD certification, laptop application.
We had another president who wanted to pack the court. I remember the impeach Earl Warren signs during the Warren Court. And most of the people who want to delegitimize the Supreme Court believe that unlike our founders, in my judgment, believe that that members of the Supreme Court ought to be and are politicians in robes. They believe that the United States Supreme Court ought to be a mini Congress. They believe that the law is not the law. The law is supposed to just be politics practiced in a different way. And they believe in court packing. And they're wrong. Number two.
I need help.
I hope today that we can use this as an opportunity to talk about, if not explicitly, at least implicitly, that's what I'm going to try to do, the appropriate balance between representative government and declarative government. Now, in representative government, as you well know, people, through their elected representatives, make policy. In declarative government, policy is made by the unelected, the administrative state, and the federal judiciary. Now, both are important. Both are important. I'm not saying this is a zero-sum game or either or. But what's just as important is we have the appropriate balance between representative government and what I'll call declarative government. I mean, we have an administrative state. Did any of us ever think it would get this big? Is that healthy? We need to ask ourselves that. Is it really healthy to arrive at a circumstance where the administrative state passes 35 laws a year to our one? Is it really healthy to have an administrative state that makes its own laws, interprets its own laws, and enforces its own laws before courts, with respect to which the administrative state appoints the judges? I think that's a fair question to ask. In terms of, with respect to declarative government in the Supreme Court and the federal judiciary, federal judges have enormous power. They have to, but they do. They have enormous power. You're appointed for life. You can't be unelected. Your salary can't even be reduced. And you have to have that power. Judicial power is important. So is judicial restraint. I believe that the appropriate role of the federal judiciary is the following. Federal judges don't make law. They don't tell us what the law ought to be. They tell us what the law is. Now, I said primarily because, of course, sometimes federal judges make law. I mean, you make the law of the case. You decide a case. You have to tell us what reasonable means in terms of searches and seizures. You have to help us define restraint of trade after we pass a statute. So, of course, judges make law. But I'm talking about the proper balance. I'll leave you with these last thoughts, and then I'll yield back my time. I want you to hear the words of one of, in my opinion, is one of our most distinguished Supreme Court justices. I'm going to read his words. The American people love democracy, and the American people are not fools. The people know their value judgments are quite as good as those taught in any law school, maybe better. Value judgments, after all, should be voted on, not dictated. I look forward, Judge, to getting to know you better. And congratulations, Mom and Dad.
Thanks, Senator Kennedy. Senator Padilla.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Judge Jackson, welcome back to the Senate Judiciary Committee. Now, the last time you were before us, just less than a year ago, I recall that you mentioned that every once in a while, you make it a point to walk a few blocks from your courthouse to the National Archives. Now, as we all know,
I'm muted. Yeah. Okay. So I was just saying that I had to check out something real fast because it said I had to upload as part of this thing. I had to upload my law school application.
You shared that
to go to law school, and I'm like, you got to be kidding. Unfortunately, you only have to do it if you've been in law school in the last 5 years, which I'm not sure why you have to do it if you've been in law school last 5 years either, to be honest. But
ideals.
I was like, why?
Free, and that is striving to be more. It's also a place to see.
The hot dog wizard said, "What part of VA? Any fan meetups planned?"
Our democracy has remained.
No, not really. I used to live in Alexandria, but yeah. $5 from Charles Lee Page. What do you think about the Nami's comments on faces at the bottom of the well? I don't know. I don't know what comments those are, so I can't comment about it.
Now, the men who wrote our founding documents could never.
So I need a certificate of good standing from Virginia.
Be here.
And I need fingerprints.
Former public defender.
I might have fingerprints somewhere.
Graduate of a public high school, a working mom, and yes, the first black woman nominated to serve on the nation's highest court. Colleagues, our founding fathers also could never have imagined that the senators sitting before Judge Jackson would include the first women to represent California, Hawaii, and Tennessee, the first Jewish man to represent Georgia, the first Hispanic man to represent Texas, the first black man to represent New Jersey. Nor could they have imagined that the list would include me. I'm here as a proud son of immigrants from Mexico who came to this country with little formal education.
All right, so what else do I need for this thing?
Big dreams and a tremendous work ethic. And it's because of the decades of hard work and sacrifice by Santos and Lupe
Government issued ID, certificate of good standing, authorization receipt, laptop application, Rule 25A, that's my birth certificate, statement of discipline.
Tremendous opportunities in my life.
I'm not sure what that is. I assume that's if I've been disciplined
The state of
by the bar.
California and the United States Senate, and of being the first Latino to do so. So like so many of us in this room, I'm blessed to live the American dream. Now, looking around, you can see that the strides that our democracy has made towards strengthening our institutions by including more voices and more perspectives.
Yeah.
Judge Jackson,
So I don't have to do that because I've never been disciplined by the bar, thank God.
better reflect the America that it serves, towards making the promise of America.
So the only thing I need right this second is their certificate of good standing from Virginia.
And we know that progress doesn't.
All right, I'll write them a check.
Breaking barriers and being the first means not just significant opportunity, but tremendous responsibility. But Judge Jackson, I also know you're
Let's see.
with a tremendous record of experience. And
$15.
And you are ready to blaze this trail.
What a waste of my time.
A trail that your grandparents may have found unfathomable, but one that your daughters and my sons and future generations will now see as a natural part of the American story. Judge Jackson, even before your next opinion or dissent, your appearance before us today already begins a new chapter in our nation's history. And I can say for certain that by the end of these hearings, those watching across the country will know of your outstanding qualifications, your experience, and your accomplishments, which bear repeating over and over again. A public education, including graduating from Miami Palmetto High School. I see that smile. Followed by degrees from Harvard College and Harvard Law School, clerkships at the Federal District Court, the Federal Court of Appeals, and the United States Supreme Court. 2 years as a federal public defender. 2 years as a staff member of the United States Sentencing Commission, and 4 years as its vice chair. You've been confirmed by this Senate, not once, not twice, 3 times, each on a bipartisan basis, including 2 lifetime judicial appointments. And you bring nearly a decade of judicial experience, which, by the way, is more than the combined total of 4 of the currently sitting justices at the time they were nominated. So yes, you are clearly more than qualified to serve as a justice of the Supreme Court of the United States. And yes, you bring a wealth of other important experiences and perspectives to the court, including as a working mother and as a Black woman. Now, in these hearings, I look forward to speaking further about your background, your experiences, both on and off the bench, and your approach to the law. But based on our conversations already, and my review of your record, I believe you have the expertise, the insight, and the heart to elevate the weighty deliberations of the Supreme Court. Now, every year, the Supreme Court decides dozens of cases that shape the fundamental rights and lives of the American people. Only a small percentage of those cases will ever be highlighted in history books, make the front page of newspapers, or go viral on social media. But the choices of the Supreme Court will certainly shape the future of labor rights, voting rights, women's rights, criminal justice, immigration, technology, environmental protection, and so much more. I also want to be clear about something important. If you're confirmed, I don't expect to agree with every detail of every decision that you make. That's not my test. That is not our test. Our job on this committee is to make sure that the next justice will honor the rule of law and the principle of equal justice for all. We must ensure that the next justice will help the Supreme Court live up to its responsibility to the American people. And yes, America is watching. America is watching these hearings to see what the future holds, not just for themselves, but for the court as well. Judge Jackson, like you, I believe in the greatness and the promise of this nation. I believe that we can continue building on our dream of a more perfect union, and that includes building a government that better reflects and represents the people that it serves. It's a dream that we've spent 2.5 centuries struggling to realize. And while this hearing may not be the last step on that journey, it is a momentous step forward indeed. Judge Jackson, you're an outstanding nominee for our nation's highest court. And I thank you for your service. And I thank you for sharing your faith in America's promise, a faith that is stronger because you know how far our nation has come. And Mr. Chair, before closing, and with your indulgence, I'd like to share a few words in Spanish on
Oh my God.
of this nomination. La Corte Suprema
Why?
decide docenas de
Kill
casos
me.
cada año que afectan nuestras vidas y nuestros derechos fundamentales. Y esas decisiones afectarán el futuro de nuestro país a través de temas como el derecho al voto, inmigración, protección ambiental, derechos laborales.
What is my bar number?
Esta semana el Senado y el país verán lo preparada y calificada que está la jueza Jackson para la Corte Suprema. Espero escuchar más sobre la jueza y las perspectivas importantes y necesarias que traería a la Corte Suprema. Judge Jackson, I look forward to your testimony over the next few days, and I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Muchas gracias.
Kill me.
De nada.
Senator Tillis of North
Thank you,
Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member. It's a real honor to now participate in my 4th Supreme Court nomination and confirmation process. And Judge Jackson, congratulations on your nomination. I do feel like you and your family have every reason to be very proud. And your daughter apparently has pretty weighty letter writing skills. When we met together, I wanted to thank you for the time that we spent together. I asked about your family. You beamed with pride. And I can understand why. You have parents, brothers, siblings, family members who are public servants themselves, and now you've gone on to do that, continue that legacy with your in your public defender role and as a judge. You should be very proud of that. And we should also recognize the historic nature of this event, the first African-American female to be put forth for confirmation for the Supreme Court is quite extraordinary. I also want to recognize that when we had the meeting in my office, I asked you, why on earth are you doing this? Because this week is not going to be particularly fun, every moment of it. Why
am I doing this? Because I want to be on the Supreme Court?
You're well-educated, you're studied in the law. There are so many other things that you could do. And you said that it really is the pinnacle of your profession. And that, I guess in many respects, this is a realization of a dream of yours. But I also think that it's probably putting within reach for many young boys and girls, young men and women, the reality that they too someday could be here before the Senate being considered for confirmation to the highest court in the land. So you're not only fulfilling your dreams, you're making the dreams of others appear to be within reach. I think as we go through this hearing this week, we're also going to get an opportunity to see the content
I need my
of your
checkbook.
character demonstrated.
I haven't read a check in forever.
I think you have a strong track record of ethical values, honesty, integrity, respecting others, and endeavoring to be fair, just, and compassionate. You know, confirming a Supreme Court justice is one of the most important responsibilities I think I have as a U.S. Senator. The outcome of our decision will impact millions of lives and the very structure and the future of our constitutional republic. Supreme Court justices must find answers to some of the most pressing constitutional and legal questions of our time. They're confronted with complex questions. Many of them don't have good answers, or at least easy ones. That's why it's critical whenever we confirm a Supreme Court justice, we understand the nominee's judicial philosophy and then reconcile it with our conception of the best mindset to bring to the bench. In my opinion, a justice's job is to interpret the text and words of the Constitution as written and give them their original meaning. I reject the notion that the Constitution is a living evolutionary document that changes based on the impulses of 5 unelected justices. A good judge must understand that his or her job isn't to legislate from the bench and read in their preferred policy outcomes into statutes. If the words of a statute are clear, a good judge will reach a decision based on those words, and those words alone, even if it creates an outcome they may disagree with personally. In other words, in the words of Chief Justice Roberts, a good justice is has one job, calling balls and strikes. Nothing more, nothing less. Sometimes that leads to rulings that Republicans like and Democrats hate. Other times it leads to rulings that Democrats like and Republicans hate. And sometimes it leads to rulings that everybody hates. But that's okay. That's really your job as a Supreme Court justice. I had the opportunity to meet Judge Jackson, I said earlier, and I also wanted to thank you for your indulgence. I may have done my interviews a little bit differently than other ones. I asked some questions, and then I had all my staff ask a number of questions. I was quite impressed with how engaged you were with some of the former members of the Judiciary Committee and other staff, and I even scared one person who was just on the job a week and a half, said, "You got a question for the Supreme Court Justice?" And he had a question. It was a good question, and you were very indulgent in your answer. I just thought you were honest and forthcoming. I wanted you to know that. I've said that in the press. I think that you have the right temperament, just based on how I've seen you react to the questions that are not the questions, but the statements today. And I also appreciate how your unique perspective, your upbringing, your family, and your experience as a former public defender have shaped your views. As I noted during your confirmation in the Supreme Court, or to the Circuit Court, I do have some additional questions and concerns that I want to ask about to kind of weave together or reconcile my conception of the right.
When was the last time I actually sent a letter, in a mail with a stamp?
I'm concerned, and we'll look into questions over the next couple of days, and I will be here for the majority of the hearing to hear, to kind of put together the foundation that I need to ultimately make a decision on your confirmation. So as I proceed with the hearing this week, I'll be in attendance most of the time except for breaks, and I'll focus on better understanding your writings.
All right, so I'm done for the moment at least.
By tomorrow morning, your political activities and opinions with the goal of determining your philosophy and whether or not it fits with my conception of the right philosophy for somebody that I would vote to confirm. I'll listen thoroughly. I'll keep an open mind, as I do with every nominee before this committee. But at the end of the week, I'll ultimately have to conclude whether or not I'm comfortable with putting someone in a lifetime position and whether that person is likely to have the kind of philosophy that I want. I've told Justice Gorsuch, Justice Kavanaugh, and Justice Barrett that I hope and I expected that they would take opinions that would make me mad. And that's okay. I just want to know that they do it for the right reason. I don't want an activist at either end of the spectrum, although I think some folks are okay with one end of the spectrum, not the other.
Can we super chat Congress to express our opinion? Yes, you can. You absolutely can super chat Congress to express your opinion. And the more you super chat, the more your opinion counts.
What we can do here is make sure that we have justices that are going to be stewards of the Constitution, respectful of the measures that we pass out of here, and call those balls and strikes. So I look forward to the hearing tomorrow. You're going to get a lot of questions asked. I do thank all of my colleagues in advance for being respectful, thoughtful, and open-minded. And I look forward to hearing your opening statement. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Senator Tillis. Senator Ossoff, Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Grassley, Judge Jackson. Good afternoon. Good afternoon to your family. Congratulations to your family. Congratulations to you for your nomination, and welcome back to the Judiciary Committee. I engage in these proceedings with deep respect for the responsibility that the Senate has to advise and consent on the lifetime appointment of a Supreme Court justice who would be responsible for interpreting and applying constitutional and statutory law in the most complex and contested and nationally significant cases. The Constitution
Who's this
was
guy?
a groundbreaking document when written, and still by today's standards as amended, considering the tyranny that prevails
Who's this
in
guy?
much of the world. Its guarantees of liberty, and
Ossoff.
privacy, and due process
Who's
are
he?
exceptional as a governing
Democrat from Georgia. Oh, that's why I don't know him. He's new.
Often in our history, it has fallen to the court through its decisions to ensure the enforcement of those guarantees. Yet our Constitution's guarantees of individual rights and equal protection under the law remain too often and for too many unfulfilled. For any colleagues who doubt this, I remind them of Ahmaud Arbery's murder in Glenn County, Georgia, just 2 years ago.
Really?
When a young black man was shot dead in cold blood on camera in the street, and the local authorities buried the case.
As someone from the South, I think I can say this, that he looks like one of these like fancy boys. In the South, he looks like one of these princey fancy boys.
To act. For any colleagues who doubt that those promises remain unfulfilled,
Probably went to a private school that required formal dress.
I remind them that in my
Went to
state,
school in tails.
how long someone must wait
That's how
to vote
hardcore he is.
and the color of their skin.
How, am I getting close?
In practice, the promises made in the plain text of our Constitution are still too often broken for too many of our fellow Americans. And so the court remains essential to that national process of becoming in real life what America is in text. Today's hearing, Judge Jackson, is evidence that this process continues. And above all, a testament to you personally. That in a nation still striving to transcend the legacies of slavery and segregation and institutionalized racism, through your brilliance and resilience and hard work, you have already rendered.
He's a Yankee from the North.
As a federal judge. And as a black woman, you have overcome.
Looks like Justin Trudeau's brother a little bit.
To earn nomination to our nation's highest court for the first time in history. Alongside our Constitution's exceptional guarantees of individual rights and equal protection is its exceptional system of checks and balances. Restraints on political power imposed by the diffusion of authority across three co-equal branches between federal and state governments, with the president and a federal legislature directly accountable to voters and an independent federal judiciary whose judges must be confirmed by elected senators. This constitutional system has endured and developed for nearly a quarter of a millennium. It is resilient. But democracy remains the exception, not the norm, in history and around the world, and we cannot take the survival of our republic for granted. And so I look forward to engaging with you, Judge Jackson, to discuss your perspective on the
Probably a member at some sort of private club, like something called like the Continental Club or some bullshit. Sits in leather chairs on his off time.
Or seek to seize power by illegal or extraordinary means. Among the court's most challenging tasks are to grapple with unsettled law when the stakes are highest or even existential.
The man needs a different haircut badly.
And for the country.
Does he look a little bit like Skrelly?
To apply the Constitution.
I think he looks a little bit like Skrelly.
As the world changes in profound ways, and
he looks a little like Skrelly. He looks a little like Martin Skrelly.
Faithful constitutional.
Yeah, that's who that guy is. That's Martin Skrelly, asshole.
New contexts and new technologies.
Yeah. That's who that is.
Judge Jackson, should you be confirmed, you may serve as a Supreme Court justice well into the middle of this century. You will rule on cases whose contours and complexity we cannot yet imagine. And so among several areas of interest, I look forward to learning how you will consider protections against unreasonable search and seizure in an age of ubiquitous surveillance, how you might approach disputes over war powers, where law remains unsettled between executive and legislative claims, how you will approach questions pertaining to freedoms of speech and of the press, and seek that confirmation that you will apply the law faithfully without regard for your own opinions.
Yeah, pharma bro. Yeah, exactly, pharma bro.
Your extensive work to date demonstrates that I believe you will. This constitutional process of advice and consent is vital to the integrity and legitimacy of the court. And Judge Jackson, on behalf of my constituents in Georgia, I look forward
his clothes don't look right.
And my colleagues.
His suit doesn't look like it's cut right.
Thank you, Senator Ossoff. Senator Blackburn of Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Judge Jackson, welcome. You are indeed to be congratulated, and your entire family with you, and thank you for your time to visit. I appreciated so much that. And to your daughters, her best job is being mama. She likes that one. And but we've talked today a little bit about the momentous occasion that this is and bringing you forward, and indeed it is, because unlike any other federal office, this is a lifetime appointment, and the decisions that you're going to make are going to impact rights and freedoms of every single American citizen. And
the man should look into Indochino.
Biden thinks you're the right person for the job.
Indochino.com/legally.
But it doesn't end there. We do have that role of advice and consent, and it is up to us to carry that job out. So, as you have heard repeatedly, this is going to be a fair and very thorough and very respectful hearing, and we're going to work through this process with some tough questions, but do it in a manner, the respect that you deserve. And we've talked some today about the treatment of Justice Thomas and Justice Kavanaugh, Justice Barrett, who was questioned about her faith and whether that made her suitable for the court. And I know your faith is important to you. We've also talked some about.
I think Justice Barrett made a mistake by answering those questions. To be honest, I would have said, yeah, no, that's an improper question under Article 6.
Going to be pleased to move forward.
It imposes a religious test, so
that the American people want to focus on, because they want to.
You guys are violating the Constitution as we speak.
And how you're going to approach your job, and the decisions that you have made in the past, what you've written, what you have said, and I've got a few areas that I'm going to want to delve a little bit further with you. And we touched on some of these as we talked. Right now, when I talk to Tennesseans, one of the most important things that they bring up is the issue of parental rights and wanting to be able to rear their children as they see fit. And moms and dads are very concerned about this progressive agenda that is being pushed in some of our public schools. Educators are allowing biological males to steal opportunities from female
He needs a better cut suit, man.
in the name of progressivism. Just last week, an entire generation of young girls watched as those charged with protecting them allowed a biological male to compete and beat a biological woman at the highest level of collegiate sports. Some girls have been forced to share locker rooms with biological males. Rather than defending our girls, those in power are teaching them that their voices don't matter. They're being treated like second-class citizens. And Americans need a Supreme Court justice who will protect our children and will
just a friendly reminder that, yes, I am accepting super chats.
Decide what is best for their own kids.
Friendly reminder, I'm accepting super chats. Help defray Uncivil tax bill.
Under assault by the radical
Help defray my tax bill by your super chats and support.
And I'm going to quote you, the transformative power
and remember to join.
of education.
Hit the join button. For 99 cents a month, you too can become an uncivilian. You've seen their names on screen as we're watching this thing. You've seen their names on screen. You're wondering to yourself, how do I get my username on screen?
Teaches them about
How do I become an uncivilian? What is this rare honor? Well, and my friends, it isn't that hard, actually. You just have to hit the join button. If you hit the join button or you hit the link that Streamlabs just told you about, like five things ago, if you hit that link, 5 chats ago, Streamlabs just gave you the link, or you hit the join button, you become an uncivilian. And you get the cool little icon by your name. Well, that's nice. And also, you get your name on screen for 99 cents a month, man. It's literally the least YouTube will let me charge you. And you get to show support for a growing channel. What more do you want? These are all great benefits. Also, you'll have a chance to bid on some unique uncivil NFTs.
The American people want a Supreme Court justice who will protect freedoms, not allow government overreach into private family decisions. Now, moms that I'm speaking with raise
Will I put a vest on when I had a donation goal? I don't really have a vest.
consistently called
I'll
for
put something on.
for hardened criminals.
Do you get a shot glass?
At the start of the COVID-19 pandemic,
Yeah, you get a cool icon by your name.
and again, I quote, for each and every criminal defendant in the D.C. Department of Corrections custody,
Joe wouldn't like this.
released.
Joe's not here, man.
Been 1,500 criminals back on the street.
NFTs are bullcrap. They may be, but apparently you can. I mean, we just did a whole stream about how someone paid $500,000 for Pepe the Frog's ass, and I want some of that money. I'm not beyond separating a fool from his money. If they'll give $500,000 for Pepe the Frog's ass NFT,
to protect convicts began long before
$10 from David Payton. Oh, Kurt, I'd rather send through Rumble. Thank you for your donation. $5 from Kimberly Campbell. Thank you for everything you do for your viewers. You're most welcome. Thank you very much.
vulnerable groups.
$9.99 from Robin Sage to help a brother out. Thank you.
Get out of Gitmo and go back to the fight. You also have a consistent pattern of giving child porn offenders lighter sentences. On average, you sentence child porn defendants to over 5 years below the minimum sentence recommended by the sentencing guidelines. And you have stated publicly that it is a mistake to assume that
$10 from SKWISGAR 2322 NFTs. Next, are you going to start advertising Ethereum? Wouldn't that be crazy?
freedom for criminals.
It sure would, man.
Your philosophy, or lack thereof, may be the root of the problem here. I was concerned during our conversation earlier this month when you told me that you really didn't have a judicial philosophy. The American people deserve a Supreme Court justice.
This is all speeches. This is speech day. I don't know that we're going to do any questions today. We'll probably get opening remarks from her, but we might not get any questions today. I don't know what the schedule is, but this is all the opportunity for the senators to hear themselves speak, mostly.
The bench, without a judicial
And then when they ask questions, it's also an opportunity for them to hear themselves speak.
And will be inclined to consider policy rather than law. You once wrote that every judge has, and I quote, personal hidden agendas, end quote, then influence how they decide cases. So I can only wonder, what's your hidden agenda? Is it to let
show locals more?
Cop killers, and
Well, it is
child
on screen. I just don't really know what to do with the locals thing, but we do have membership now.
parental rights and expand government's reach into our schools and our private family decisions? Is it to support the radical left's attempt to pack the Supreme Court? You have praised the 1619 Project, which argues the U.S. is a fundamentally
$5 from Blacksmith Andre. Use this to buy a new halogen lamp. Thank you, Blacksmith.
Critical race theory when deciding how to sentence criminal defendants. Is it your personal hidden agenda to incorporate critical race theory into our legal system? These are answers that the American people need to know. So we are going to look at past statements.
Michael says, I definitely prefer it when you can cover oral arguments. You're definitely the Supreme Court nerd of LawTube. Thank you. I feel actually pretty honored by that, to be honest.
Again by congratulating you.
I'm like, that's badass. I'll be the Supreme Court nerd of LawTube. That sounds like a definite thing that I want in my CV.
Regardless of the outcome of the confirmation process, you and your family should be incredibly proud of all that you have achieved. Your story is a wonderful example of the American dream fulfilled. You are able to sit here today because you were reared and built your career in a free country whose laws protect equal justice and opportunity for all, to ensure that future generations can expect the same blessings and opportunities you receive. We need justices who will be dedicated to justice and the rule of law. Our questions to you over the coming days are going to be tough, but they're tough by necessity because it is our duty to determine whether you will, first and foremost, uphold the Constitution and our nation's founding principles. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Senator Blackburn. All committee members have now completed
Oh,
their
thank God.
statements. At this point in time, we're going to have a little shuffle of the logistics, and I'll ask that the two introducers please come forward to the witness table. Judge Jackson, you can take a brief rest from the glare of the spotlight. We're fortunate today to have two distinguished guests introducing Judge Jackson. We will hear from Judge Thomas Griffith.
David says, you're likely the most scholarly of YouTube, LawTube. I really appreciate that too. I really appreciate that too. It's something I extol myself at. Then if I can figure out how to take that and also do, even find ways to make my communication more to people. Like, I don't want to become high on my own farts, right? As a teacher, that's not great. Like in the Ivory Castle. So I want to figure out how to take this rigorous academic side of myself and make it even more accessible. I think I'm doing fine, by the way, all things considered. And one of the reasons I make that opinion, by the way, is because I watch CLEs and they all make me want to die. So I think I'm doing pretty good because I don't get that feeling when I watch my stuff back.
Of experience on the United States Court of Appeals for the D.C. Circuit. I come here as a jurist appointed.
But yeah, to figure out how to make it even more accessible.
W. Bush. And I come here as someone who understands that there are few greater responsibilities under the Constitution than serving as a justice on the United States Supreme Court. It takes a jurist of high character, keen intellect, deep legal knowledge, and broad experience to ensure that the judiciary plays its unique role under the Constitution to uphold the rule of law impartially.
$5 from Thomas DeVeers, thank you. Super chat.
Partisans in robes. Today, I have the high honor to introduce Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson, a jurist who has all of those qualities. When President Biden introduced her to the nation a little over 3 weeks ago, the American people caught their first glimpse of Judge Jackson's character. You may recall that she began her remarks with an expression of her faith in God and her gratitude for this nation, which she rightly.
If I get nominated, my nomination speech will be like, it's about time you guys realize my brilliance. You've been out without it for way too long.
Judge Jackson in 2000.
Finally, you came to your senses.
After the Senate had confirmed her nomination.
$5 from Shelley Blacklock. Is there any credentials they listed for you that think are beneficial for a position on the Supreme Court? Yeah, I mean, they're all beneficial, right? I mean, serving as a former, they're all beneficial. Serving as a former defense attorney is notable. Serving on the Sentencing Commission, serving as an 8-year judge, I mean, those are all
we did not always
notable.
Agree on the outcome the law required, I respected her diligent and careful approach, her deep understanding.
David says my sense of humor is almost British.
Indispensable traits
Respect.
For success as a justice on the Supreme Court. About her collegial manner, that important feature of the justice's work is often overlooked. Although appointed by different presidents,
Christopher says I'm to the foundation of law, what law self-defense is to his main topic.
We saw some of that in their expressions of admiration and love.
This is high praise. I'm feeling very good right now. Thank you.
The civil manner in which the justices debate the large and vexing issues before them is vital not only to the success of the Supreme Court, but to the success of our nation. The Constitution requires that of all of us. It goes without saying that civility of debate and respect for the differing views of others are sorely lacking from our public life. Judge Jackson's life has modeled these qualities. Perhaps most important, Judge Jackson is an independent jurist who adjudicates based on the facts,
What sense of humor.
the law,
Nice.
and not as a partisan.
I have a sense of
Time
humor.
and again, she has demonstrated that impartiality on the bench, sometimes ruling in favor of the government, sometimes ruling against the government, sometimes ruling in favor of the individual, sometimes ruling in favor of the corporation. Her rule is simple: follow the law. Now, some think it noteworthy that a former judge appointed by a Republican president would enthusiastically endorse a nomination to the Supreme Court by a Democratic president.
$5 from Thomas DeVries.
Is a
Does a
measure
super chat constitute a legal relationship that confers attorney-client privilege?
that is seeped
No.
into every nook and cranny of our nation's life, and against which the framers of the Constitution warned us. There should be nothing unusual about my support for a highly qualified nominee.
How's the workout going? It's going well. I've taken 2 days off because I kind of hurt my lower back a little bit, but the other day, so I wanted to make sure it was not hurting, and it's not hurting anymore, so I'll go today. But I'm hitting about 5 days a week, and the progress is going really, really well, so I'm very, very pleased, all things considered.
By Republican presidents and all
I've got some
highly
weakness in my lower back, and I've also got some weakness in this like neck accessory muscle on my left side
information.
that pops up in some weird times, like when I'm doing these weird exercises with my arms. I get this really like this pain in this muscle, like somewhere in the neck muscle to the shoulder. I'm not sure exactly what muscle that is, but I got some weakness there. But I'm enjoying the workouts, all things considered. Thank you for asking.
The rule of law is a fragile possibility in the best of times. Today, it is literally under attack in Ukraine and is threatened around the world and in our own country by autocrats and their sympathizers.
You can follow my workouts on Instagram, by the way. I post the results of every workout,
at every turn.
so you can see when I'm in the gym.
Taught us so well for so long, an indispensable feature of the republic the Constitution created is an independent judiciary of judges who have taken an oath.
All right, Rob Price, you've got my attention. What do you got?
Or a party, but to the American people and to God, that they will be impartial. Judge Ketanji Jackson Brown has demonstrated her unwavering commitment to that oath. I applaud this exceptional nomination, which I encourage the Senate to confirm. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Professor Lisa Fairfax.
David said I inspired him. That's cool.
Chairman Durbin, Ranking Member Grassley, and members of the Senate Judiciary. My name is Lisa Fairfax. I am a presidential professor of law at the University of Pennsylvania School of Law and co-director of its Institute for Law and Economics. Prior to my academic career, I worked at corporate and securities law at a large law firm. But before that, I was roommate and a very dear friend at Harvard College and Harvard Law School of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson, who I am so very honored to introduce to you today and to the American people. Ketanji and I met during our first days of college nearly 35 years ago. Those first moments when you wonder if you belong. She's the friend that made sure we all did. A woman of deep faith in God and unyielding love for family, Ketanji defines friendship. She's the friend you're immediately drawn to for their outgoing and friendly nature. As our circle of friends grew, she's the one who became the rock for us all. Even though we are the same age, she is the role model who makes you believe in what she said. You can do it, and here's how. And she showed us how, by the power of her example of hard work, preparation, and excellence that transforms the seemingly impossible into the achievable. Together, we poured our souls into our studies, graduating college with honors, and then doing it all over again when we enrolled and graduated law school with honors. We became sisters and saw each other's families as our own. We both met our husbands when we were students, and we were there for each other as we walked down the aisle, started our legal careers, and eventually our lives as working mothers. My husband, Roger Fairfax, now Dean of American University's Washington College of Law, has described Ketanji's impeccable credentials that's distinguished her at every level of her
I've been to a chiropractor. I don't believe in
He
chiropractic.
also knows her as one of our children's most favorite people in the world. Our college roommate, Nina Simmons, a top corporate lawyer, has described Ketanji's unwavering work ethic. She puts her head down and gets it done, even and perhaps especially when no one is watching. Our other college
I could do some multi-state questions over while they're talking. That'd be good.
Has described Ketanji as a coalition builder. We knew early on that she could be anything she chose to be, but also that she seemed destined to be a judge because of her ability to see all sides and render fair and level-headed decisions. But our tight-knit group of girlfriends also knows that there's so much more to Ketanji beyond her brilliant mind. There's her wonderful sense of humor, her gift of storytelling, her heart of gold that always shows up. From the first call you make for advice about your career to the first knock you hear on the door after learning you're diagnosed with cancer. You never have to ask. She is always there. Above all, Ketanji is humble enough not to pretend she knows how to have it all. But she does know how to give it her all. At what she gives to her family, her friends, she also gives to the law and to this country.
Shelley, you are welcome.
Testament
I'm
of
glad
her
I could provide some sort of value.
Of different
To
backgrounds.
the 383 of you who are currently watching, just a reminder, if you're not already subscribed, please do so.
We've seen that in her endorsements
And hit the
from
join button to help
colleagues
support
from
the channel.
bench and the bar, and from both civil rights leaders and members of law enforcement. And we will see it in the history she will make. I know she is honored and humbled by the significance of this moment, not for what it means for her, but what it means for our amazing
I mean,
country.
I think if chiropractic actually were a thing, they would teach it in medical school.
Is a place in
That's
which
kind of what
all
I
of us
think, right?
Can feel a sense of belonging.
If it were a thing, they'd teach it in medical school. If it was like a valid treatment, but they don't.
I would summarize
So
nearly 35 years of friendship.
I think it does. Yeah, I think it's crap.
By highlighting Ketanji's faith in God and country.
I don't know if there's a lot of orthopedist chiropractors out there, but there are. I'd be interested to hear from them what they think.
That makes her perfectly suited for the serious task of serving on the Supreme Court. It is with tremendous pride, love, and gratitude for her willingness to serve that I introduce to you my dear friend and an exemplar of the best.
Exemplar, nice word.
Promise, Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
She has a good smile. I'll give her that.
Thank you both. Professor Fairfax and Judge Griffith, I'm sure that Judge Jackson and her family deeply appreciate your being here today and your kind words. I want to add to the list of introducers, the man sitting behind you, Senator Doug Jones, who has introduced Judge Jackson to many of us, not for the first time, maybe reintroduced it. But Doug, thank you for serving in this cause and for helping the President and Judge Jackson. Thank you all three for being with us today. We are now going to move to the next phase of the program, and that is to hear from Judge Jackson.
All right, something we might actually learn something of value from. Probably not. It'll probably be a lot of fluff, but maybe we'll get something of value out of this.
Take the oath, so. Ready? Please raise your right hand. Do you affirm that the testimony you're about to give before the committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Let the record reflect that the judge has answered in the affirmative, and having met that requirement, you may now proceed with your remarks.
Chairman Durbin, Ranking Member Grassley, and distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee, thank you for convening this hearing and for considering my nomination as Associate Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States. I am humbled and honored to be here, and I am also truly grateful for the generous introductions that my former judicial colleague, Judge Tom Griffith, and my close friend, Professor Lisa Fairfax, have so graciously provided. I'm also very thankful for the confidence that President Biden has placed in me and for the kindness that he and the First Lady and the Vice President and the Second Gentleman have extended to me and my family. Today will be the fourth time that I've had the honor of appearing before this committee to be considered for confirmation. Over the past 3 weeks, I have also had the honor of meeting each member of this committee separately, and I've met with 45 senators in total. Your careful attention to my nomination demonstrates your dedication to the crucial role that the Senate plays in this constitutional process.
Thank you, Rob. That's not very kind of you.
Thank you. And while I'm on the subject of gratitude, I must also pause to reaffirm my thanks to God, for it is faith that sustains me at this moment. Even prior to today, I can honestly say that my life has been blessed beyond measure. The first of my many blessings is the fact that I was born in this great nation a little over 50 years ago.
Well, she says the nation's great. That's promising.
Congress had enacted 2 civil rights acts in the decade before, and like so many who had experienced lawful racial segregation firsthand, my parents, Johnny and Ellery Brown, left their hometown of Miami, Florida, and moved to Washington, D.C. to experience new freedom. When I was born here in Washington, my parents were public school teachers, and to express both pride in their heritage and hope for the future, they gave me an African name, Ketanji Onyeka, which they were told means lovely one.
But actually means...
My parents taught me
what?
That unlike the many barriers that they had to face
I mean,
growing up,
why would you make a point of saying they were told means this, as opposed to it does mean this?
And I believed in myself.
Right, so...
I could do anything or be anything I wanted to be. Like so many families in this country, they worked long hours and sacrificed to provide their children every opportunity to reach their God-given potential. My parents have been married for almost 54 years, and they're here with me today. I cannot possibly thank them enough for everything they've done for me. I love you, Mom and Dad. My father, in particular, bears responsibility for my interest in the law. When I was 4, we moved back to Miami so that he could be a full-time law student, and we lived on the campus of the University of Miami Law School. During those years, my mother pulled double duty, working as the sole breadwinner of our family while also guiding and inspiring 4-year-old me. My very earliest memories are of watching my father study. He had his stack of law books on the kitchen table while I sat across from him with my stack of coloring books. My parents also instilled in me and my younger brother, Ketanji, the importance of public service. After graduating from Howard University, Ketanji started out as a police officer, following 2 of our uncles. After the September 11th attacks on our country, Ketanji volunteered for the Army and eventually became an infantry officer serving 2 tours of duty in the Middle East. Ketanji is here today providing his love and support, as always. And speaking of unconditional love, I would like to introduce you to my husband of 25 years, Dr. Patrick Jackson. I have no doubt that without him by my side from the very beginning of this incredible professional journey, none of this would have been possible. We met in college more than 3 decades ago, and since then, he's been the best husband, father, and friend I could ever imagine. Patrick, I love you. William, Patrick's identical twin brother, is here as well, along with his wonderful wife, Dana. Also here from Park City, Utah, are Patrick's older brother, Gardy, and his wife, Natalie. And last, but certainly not least, my very dear in-laws, the matriarch and patriarch of the Jackson family, Pamela and Gardner Jackson, have traveled here from Boston to be with me today. I'm saving a special moment in this introduction for my daughters, Talia and Layla. Girls, I know it has not been easy as I've tried to navigate the challenges of juggling my career and motherhood. And I fully admit that I did not always get the balance right. But I hope that you've seen that with hard work, determination, and love, it can be done. I am so looking forward
Man, it's windy out there
to seeing
today.
what you chooses to do with your amazing lives in this incredible country. I love you so much. There are so many others who are not here today, but whom I need to acknowledge. I have a large extended family on both sides. They are watching from Florida, North Carolina, New Jersey, Connecticut, New York, Massachusetts, Colorado, and beyond. I also have incredible friends. 3 of my college roommates came here today to support me, and I have so many other boosters from Miami Palmetto Senior High School, Harvard undergrad, Harvard Law School, and all throughout my personal and professional life. I've also had extraordinary mentors, like my high school debate coach, Fran Berger. May she
I
rest
loved high school debate, man. I loved high school debate, and I wish there was like amateur debate. This is one of the things that I kind of wish in this world, is that there was more like amateur debate things, because you can obviously play basketball in school, right? And then some people go on to pro, but even those who don't do pro, there's still like pickup leagues and rec leagues and beer leagues.
It was also
I need debate, man. I need to go back to I want to go back and do debate. I want formalized debate, man. I miss it. It was fun.
U.S. District Judge Patty Saris, U.S. Court of Appeals Judge Bruce Selya, and Supreme Court Justice Stephen Breyer. These extraordinary people were exceptional role models. Justice Breyer, in particular, not only gave me the greatest job that any young lawyer could ever hope to have, but he also
Toastmasters for the fighting type. Yeah, exactly.
to be
Something like that. That's what we need.
Justice of the highest level of skill and integrity, civility, and grace. It is extremely humbling to be considered for Justice Breyer's seat, and I know that I could never fill his shoes. But if confirmed, I would hope to carry on his spirit. On the day of his Supreme Court nomination, Justice Breyer said, quote, "What is law supposed to do? Seen as a whole,
Conform a debate YouTube channel?
it is supposed to allow all people,
Maybe.
to live
Maybe it's not the worst idea. I'll think about it.
where they have so many different
I'd like to focus on the one channel right now, but it's an idea for the future.
needs to live together
Could be fun.
in a way that is more harmonious, that is better, so that they can work productively together." End quote. I could not have said it better myself. Members of this committee, if I am confirmed, I commit to you that I will work productively to support and defend the Constitution and this grand experiment of American democracy that has endured over these past 246 years. I have been a judge for nearly a decade now, and I take that responsibility and my duty to be independent very seriously. I decide cases from a neutral posture. I evaluate the facts, and I interpret and apply the law to the facts of the case before me without fear or favor, consistent with my judicial oath. I know that my role as a judge is a limited one, that the Constitution empowers me only to decide cases and controversies that are properly presented. And I know that my judicial role is further constrained by careful adherence to precedent. Now, in preparing for these hearings, you may have read some of my more than 570 written decisions, and you may have also noticed that my opinions tend to be on the long side. That is because I also believe in transparency, that people should know precisely what I think and the basis for my decision.
No, I respect that.
And all of my professional experiences, including my work as a public defender and as a trial judge, have instilled in me the importance of having each litigant know that the judge in their case has heard them, whether or not their arguments prevail in court. During this hearing, I hope that you will see how much I love our country and the Constitution and the rights that make us free. I stand on the shoulders of so many who have come before me, including
Well, that's
Judge
not what I wanted to do at all.
Baker Motley, who was the first African-American woman to be appointed to the federal bench and with whom I share a birthday. And like Judge Motley, I have dedicated my career to ensuring that the words engraved on the front of the Supreme Court building, "Equal justice under law," are a reality and not just an ideal. Thank you for this historic chance to join the highest court, to work with brilliant colleagues, to inspire future generations, and to ensure liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Judge Jackson. Well, this is the end of the first day of the first 3 days, which are involving more personal, on a personal level, the senators on the Judiciary Committee. In a way, it's the easiest day because 10 minutes is merely a throat-clearing warm-up for most senators on this committee. Starting tomorrow, there'll be some serious exchange and questions of 30 minutes, and then the following day, 20 minutes for each senator to participate in this. We're looking forward to this opportunity to finally really give you a fulsome opportunity to respond to many of the things that you've heard and to answer direct questions. Members have until Thursday at 5 p.m. to submit questions for the record. We're going to reconvene tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. to begin the 30-minute rounds of questions. We thank all the participants and members of our audience for keeping this dignified, respectful, and civilized, and we hope to continue that tradition tomorrow. The committee stands adjourned.
All right, well, that brings us to the end of that for today. So that's over, thank goodness. So yeah, today is just let's talk to ourselves day.
Officially adjourned.
And that is the end of that. So yeah, we didn't really learn very much from her in terms of it. We didn't really learn very much about her philosophy. So we'll learn more during questions and answer tomorrow. But on the plus side, we got my law school, we got my bar exam application pretty much finished, and I got my envelope with the actual mail, with an actual check I had to actually write to get my letter of good standing from the bar of Virginia. So, you know, And then I have to decide which additional bars, if any, I want to get into, which I'm not sure about this one. Too many things. Well, I'm going to sign off for now. I think that's the end of the stream. It's everything we wanted to know / love. I'm going to make some lunch. I'm kind of hungry. I got some chicken in the fridge. I'm pretty excited about heating up. And then I'm going to probably go to the gym. And we might be on later with some multi-state or something. And then, of course, we always have the regular daily records that we can do to release. But I'm going to head off for now. As always, remember, if you like this, please like, comment, subscribe, the YouTube things, hit the join button, become a member today. I'm going to sign off for now, my friends. Until later, I hope all is well. Cheers and goodbye.